Thank you, everyone, for being here today. I want to start the meeting by acknowledging that Councilmember Stewart is excused and absent. We are going to start with a Pledge of Allegiance. And let's see, Councilmember Buffkin, I believe it's Knight. Okay, Councilmember Knight. First, we have today recognition of special awards. This is the 2022 Housing North Carolina Awards for East College Park.
Good afternoon. My name is Sophia Ramos. I'm from the Housing and Neighborhoods Department. It's a pleasure to be here this afternoon. I'm going to be sharing news from the 2022 Housing North Carolina Awards and the recognition that the City of Raleigh received for the East College Park project. So the North Carolina Housing Finance Agency has hosted the Housing North Carolina Awards for the past 33 years, and the agency views this as an opportunity to highlight exemplary affordable housing efforts throughout the state. Awards are given in the homeownership development, homeownership rehab, rental development, and supportive housing categories. And this year, the awards were presented during the North Carolina Affordable Housing Conference on September 7th at the Raleigh Convention Center. So I'm pleased to share that the city's East College Park project received the 2022 Homeownership Development Award. And this recognizes East College Park as a model of affordable homeownership development in the state. To give a little bit of background information about East College Park, the city began this project in 2017 with the goal of moderating residential home values, increasing homeownership opportunities, and encouraging diversity within this established neighborhood. East College Park is a mixed income community. So 60% of the homes are income restricted to serve low and moderate income households, and 40% have no income restrictions. By using a combination of local and federal funds, the city was able to build single-family homes and townhomes on city-owned lots. So the progress since 2017 in East College Park. 92 homes have been built or are in the final stages of construction. 86 homes were sold, and 59 of those homes were sold to residents earning 80% of the area median income or below. The city facilitated the construction of the single-family homes with 6 construction partners, and the next phase of East College Park will include the addition of townhomes. So once construction has been completed, 150 new homes will be added to that neighborhood. Here's the award. I'm happy to bring it with me today and to answer any questions that you all may have.
Do we have any questions? So I see Ms. Rainey out there. Thank you. And this has really been a long process, but well worth it, as we've seen in the number of people who are now homeowners is wonderful. So thank you for all your work. Thank you for being creative too. And I just want to say congratulations to Housing and Neighborhoods Department. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have the consent agenda. No items have been pulled.
I pulled one.
You hadn't clarified whether you had pulled it or not?
No, I did. I sent an email to the city manager and to the clerk.
Okay, which number is this?
I-1.
That is for the public bid waiver for Dix Park Gibson Play Plaza.
That's correct.
Okay, we will handle that next. Do I have a motion to approve the rest of the consent agenda?
Move for approval.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, that was unanimous, clerk. Okay, Councilmember Cox?
So one of the questions I have is, how much is this contract? What's the monetary value of this contract? Because that information wasn't provided.
So Kate Pierce from Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Resources is here to answer any questions that you might have about this item, Councilmember Cox.
Good afternoon, Council and Mayor. Thank you for having us today. These items haven't been bid yet. We haven't gotten the cost estimates for this equipment yet. So what we will do, pending approval, is get cost estimates for all of this equipment and then purchase it directly as owner-provided items. Okay. So it's not services, it's equipment specifically for the Play Plaza.
So you've been planning this for some time. Do you have an estimate of what you think the cost will be?
The play equipment is right around $4 million, and then the pump and filter equipment, the entire pump system is, I believe, $2 million, and I don't have a cost for the irrigation equipment.
Okay. My concern about this no bid process is that the reasons for the no bid is that this is very specialized equipment and therefore very expensive equipment. And I'm concerned about, as we go down into the future, what will be the sources of equipment for maintaining this equipment, when it needs to be repaired? Are we going to be stuck with one vendor going forward in perpetuity? And secondly, because we're spending more money for specialized equipment, that means we have less money for other priorities. We'll have less money for other parks. We have less money for affordable housing. And I think this is the wrong approach. So I've pulled this, and it's my intention to vote no on it.
Madam Mayor,
Yes, Councilmember Knight.
I move to approve this item.
All in favor? Aye. Excuse me, Mr. Cox?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
So I didn't see Jonathan, were you?
I said aye. I forgot to raise my
Okay,
hand.
1, 2, 3, okay.
I'm
So,
transitioning back to person. I forgot.
all right, and then Councilmember Cox is a no, so 6-1. Next, we have public comment. Each person shall have 3 minutes. So if we could just remember to set the clock. The first person is Christina Jones.
$8,005 Finland Drive. Today marks my 40th appearance in front of you all discussing community engagement. As the newly elected chairperson of the CACs, I came before you in January of 2020 to welcome the new council and ask for a better relationship with our organization. The following month, after meeting with a few of you and listening to the obligatory "I like CACs, but the other councilors don't agree," you decided that CACs were no longer beneficial to the city or its residents. A month later, we were erased from the narrative and have had to find our own voice. We've spent the last 2.5 years reimagining and rebuilding our connection with residents and city government. I still think about that day that you removed us from the conversation, and it feels like just yesterday. At that moment, I knew I had to immerse myself in city government in order to understand the why. I joined the Parks Board, I sat on the task force for community engagement with Mickey Fern, I helped to hire the new community engagement manager, and I continued to work with CACs to be the conduit of information in the void that you created. I realized that you weren't going to reach out to us, so I committed to speaking at every city council meeting so that residents' concerns were not completely lost. Your lack of vision and foresight has left our community without a voice. We have done our best to continue to work with city departments, local organizations, and developers to keep residents informed, and we are doing a fantastic job. Even though we have sitting councilors calling us illegitimate and illegal, I am proud to say it was our dedicated Midtown CAC members who fought to include affordable housing in multiple developments over the last few months. It was our West CAC members who band together to bring back their CAC and who gave organized leadership and that worked directly with the community. It was our leaders from Southeast, Mordecai, 5 Points, Southwest, East, Hillsborough Wade, and Northwest who came together month after month to put their ideas together and create something new that would bridge who we used to be with who we are still trying to become. We are stronger together and can't wait until the council realizes that working with us instead of fighting against us benefits residents as a whole. Our voices are legitimate and will only grow over time. The challenges that lay ahead can seem overwhelming at times, but the community is here to support and encourage a council that values their input. Thank you for helping me get to 40 appearances in front of you. Thank you for reminding us that those sitting at this table would rather pick and choose who they represent. And thank you for being my inspiration to run for City Council this November. I'll see you in 2 weeks. Thank you.
I don't believe Lisa Huga is here. Did she? Okay, she is withdrawn. Okay, Joe Maverick.
Mayor and Council, my name is Joe Mavretic, and we live at 1112 Steinbeck Drive in Raleigh. I am an advocate for the Eastgate Health and Nature Park. Our son's Eagle Scout project was at Eastgate Park, so I got a long relationship with it. Raleigh councils have encouraged development between I-440 and St. Albans Drive from Six Forks Road to Wake Forest Road. Several thousand new folks will live and work in this neighborhood. The nearest place for them to get their nature fix is Eastgate Park. Eastgate's share of the proposed Parks and Recreation bond should be between $3 and $4 million. A letter from Parks and Recreation that states the intended amount for Eastgate would help those of us supporting the bond at our neighborhood meetings. That letter might also be useful to candidates for Municipal District A. I have provided a one-page handout for each of you and my mailing address. Are there any questions for me?
No, I just want to say thank you for bringing this forward and also coming with solutions. We appreciate that. Councilmember Buffkin?
Thank you, Mayor. Ms. Mavretic, thanks for coming by. I represent this district and love this park too. It's my local polling place. We go out there frequently. A lot of the things you have on this sheet are the type of stuff that our Parks Volunteer Department could help you organize, and would love to be a part of that with you. I'd also note that the bond does include funding for the Big Branch Greenway, which would go right by Eastgate Park. And we recently did a major renovation and upfit to the community center. It's a much nicer facility. We couldn't get in there for about 1.5 years because of COVID, but know that that park is dear to me, and I'm looking out for it. So look forward to continuing this conversation with you.
I appreciate the comments, but I must address that issue. The Greenway does go by nearby. But that's not what an Eastgate Park for Health would be. If you would look a little more closely at the handout, what we're talking about is a place for thousands of people now and in the future to go for about an hour to get away from the noise of municipality. And Eastgate's the only place for these thousands of people to go. And it's going to get more crowded, not less crowded, with the development between Six Forks and Wake Forest. And Eastgate's the only place to go. And it's nice to have a nice building there, but that's not the issue. The issue is a place to walk, to sit down, to see something other than invasive plants and trees that were felled by a hurricane 15 years ago. Any other questions for me? Thank you.
We will forward this to our Parks Department. Thank you for being here
Thank
today.
you for your service.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Octavia Rainey.
Good afternoon. My name is Octavia Rainey. I live at 1516 East Lane Street. I'm coming before you now to talk about taxes. As you know, we can't afford our taxes in the inner city. The cost of the houses has impacted us very, very much. I have read your city statutes in 1988. I have read them in 1976, and I have read them in 1995. Now, let's get to the good part. It is time to stop shucking and jiving. We need to go to the General Assembly to change that statute. The statute is really outdated. It's really outdated. I have met with the county, and the county chair is aboard. I'm calling all the mayors in the county. We must take action. We can't pay our taxes, and we're coming up on another reevaluation again. And what is this going to do? It's going to take our taxes just out of control. I'm asking you, Mayor, to join us with the Wake County delegation in October. We're going to have a talk about our taxes. We're going to have a talk about them changing. The statute is outdated. It don't make any sense. We come to y'all, we go to the county, but really, y'all can't do anything. It's in the statute. I have been a lobbyist for 16 years, and I say it can be changed. But we have to work at it. We need your support at it. And I'm saying and asking you, come join us. We need your support, because this is important. You know, your home is your assets. That is your assets. And when you are threatened, and we are threatened, we're threatened. So it takes away the asset. So I'm asking you again to join us as we meet with the Wake County delegation in October to get the ball rolling. I am a lobbyist, so I know it can be done, but we have to work at it. So I'm asking you for your support.
Ms. Rainey, before you leave, I just wanted to mention, I thought you were going to talk a little bit about Fisher Street Park.
Oh.
Because that was a joyous day.
Okay.
And thank you for your leadership on that as
Thank
well. I hadn't quite seen you smile so much as I did that day. But it was special to see Housing and Neighborhoods and our Parks Department come together to create that neighborhood park for not only our kids, but our adults too. I think everybody seemed to enjoy that. So thank you for being there. And then I'm going to ask Marshall to address the tax situation because we are working with the county.
Okay.
So thank you, Ms. Rainey. It is good to see you smiling again. Our staff has remained in communications with Wake County and looking at a meaningful taxpayer assistance program to be able to help those homeowners and property owners that are having a hard time to pay those tax bills. So what we're doing right now is considering multiple options and what will look best for Wake County residents. So more to follow. We will have something hopefully in the next several months that we'll be able to bring forward as the tax bills go out.
But we have to go to the General Assembly, though.
That's fair.
That's where it's at. And I'm asking you, I think we need to stop playing around and we need to get some action started. It is at the General Assembly. You can't change
That's right.
the ordinance. Am I right, Mayor?
That is, no, that I said that is right.
Right, you
So
can't
we're
change it.
working on it.
Okay then, thank you.
Okay, we're on it. Thank you. Next, we have Marcus Youngblood. Is Marcus Youngblood here? Yeah, we thought we had the hornet infestation going on. For all of you in the back, I'm not sure if you could hear, but there was like this buzzing noise, and we're all like, whoa, what is this? So anyhow, it's just a computer. Marcus Youngblood is not here. Okay. Kim Crawford.
Hi, Kim Crawford with the Raleigh Wake Partnership. First, let me say the partnership is not responsible for homelessness, nor are we responsible for the unprecedented levels we face today. We are, however, a part of the system attempting to do something about it. By now, you're all aware of your joint decision with the county to terminate your contract with the partnership. As a result of these actions, we are actively working on meeting with government leaders to hold further discussions and address concerns. It is important that you know we have never received a negative performance report and received only positive feedback from the city. Certainly, the county has critiqued us in the past, but has chosen not to provide any documentation to substantiate any concerns. Nevertheless, we have responded point by point to their concerns and believe we have done an excellent service for our community. There are many accomplishments to keep in mind that the partnership has achieved. One of the largest is the increase of hundreds of thousands of dollars for local programs we helped secure through the role as our collaborative applicant for the Raleigh Wake Partnership for the Raleigh Wake Continuum of Care. As collaborative applicant, we provide technical assistance and guidance on steps that could lead to a higher HUD award. The result last year, an additional $750,000, an increase in our COC's funding from $3.3 million to $4.1 million. When the pandemic hit, our multifaceted role with the homeless response system helped pull together our local agencies to better serve the community through this crisis. Over the last 2 years, several accomplishments would not have occurred if not for the partnership. The county would not have a landlord engagement program that we piloted with over 100 leases. There would not be an access hub taking over 6,000 calls per month from people seeking services from our already overcapacity homeless service programs. Our community would not have a new HMIS system that provides real-time data on the needs and resources of our community. And this is key. As recent as April of 2021, the COC Satisfaction Survey afforded positive and overwhelming support of the partnership. With all the accomplishments we acknowledge, there are many ways we can improve. We have only existed in the current structure with the partnership as an administrator, the COC is governing, and member agencies as our community for a year and a half. We find ourselves compared to communities that existed in our model for 10 years or more. Houston comes to mind. We strive to reach that level, but that kind of success requires patient cultivation. The partnership is deeply disappointed with our contract negotiations with Wake County and the City of Raleigh. We are trying to find a way to repair the breach between us and local government. The partnership intends to continue leading through provision of data, setting strategic goals, providing a front door for folks entering the homeless response system, education and training, and advocacy. Because your support is so valuable, we are addressing these concerns. Thank you.
Okay. Kim, thank you very much for being here today. We have an item in the Safe, Healthy, and Vibrant Neighborhood Committee that is dealing with our unsheltered population and community. And I expect that this is going to be a continued conversation. But thank you for being here, and thank you for the work you do.
Thank you. City manager, no parking ticket.
That's good. Thank you. All right, that is the end. Oh, no, we have rules of decorum, but one thing I wanted to mention was the voicemail public comment. Could you address, City Attorney, how that's being handled so the public understands?
Yes, and I might ask Michelle Millette to come up. They've been more involved in the actual mechanics of it, but it did open for the first time on Thursday and closed Monday. We received one comment. What happens is when the person calls in, it's transcribed simultaneously, and it ends at 3 minutes. Those are then downloaded and sent for review, just to make sure people haven't called more than once or there's nothing sort of untoward in the comments. And then we forward them to Gail, to the city clerk, and she distributes them to council. So, Michelle, I don't know if you have anything to add to that.
Good afternoon, Council. Michelle Millette. Yes, the only thing I would add is that the comments are also attached in board docs under a new section in the agenda.
And there's something on the website that tells you how to
Access.
There's a specific link. If you search City of Raleigh voicemail public comment, that site will come up and walk you through what you need to do.
Yes.
Councilmember Melton?
Yeah, I was just going to add the voicemail public comment's not attached to board docs right now. The agenda says they'll be uploaded 30 minutes prior to the start of the meeting.
Okay, I will go back and
I know
make sure they are
it's a new
attached.
system, but I do think it's really important that when folks leave the public comment voicemail and it's transcribed, that it is part of the agenda so that folks know that they're being read by us and the public.
Yes.
And so we need to make sure that that's on there.
I'll
And
get
the
on
one
that
we
as
did
soon as I
receive
walk
was
away.
about, I think, some safety issues at Lions Park. So if we could follow up on that too, I think that'd be.
And the clerk, do you have that?
Yes, it's my understanding there was the only one received, and we sent them out earlier today, but here is a copy of them. I'm not sure, we're ironing out the kinks, and not sure why it didn't show up on board docs, but.
I'll get it attached as soon as I
I was
walk
going to
away.
say, I'm going to have to defer to
I'll
Michelle
take
for
care
that. I don't know how to do that.
We're working on it. We're getting there.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have the report and recommendation of the Planning Commission. Travis Crane.
Good afternoon, Travis Crane, Planning and Development, here to deliver some rezoning actions from your recent Planning Commission meeting. So I'll start out, as we always do, with items that you currently have scheduled for public hearing. As you can see, October 4 is a fairly full agenda from a public hearing standpoint. We have a couple of items currently scheduled for the following meeting on the 18th. So all of staff recommendations today will be either for the October 18 or November 1 meeting. And here's just a snapshot of the requests altogether. I'm going to end on this slide so you don't have to memorize them right now. And we'll start out with rezoning case Z2122, which is a request to rezone about 28 acres of land from R4 to R10 conditional use. Planning Commission reviewed this and they recommend approval 8-0. Staff is recommending a public hearing date of November 1. Next up is rezoning Z2322, which is a request to rezone about 6.5 acres of property from R4, R6, OX3, PK conditional use with the Transit Overlay District to RX7 conditional use. Planning Commission recommends approval of this request 7-1. The one dissenting vote here was in relation to removal of the Transit Overlay District, which was just put in place. And staff recommends a public hearing date here of October 18. Next up is Z3922, which is at 5017 Forestville Road. You've seen some recent rezonings up in this area. We're just to the east of 540. It's a request to rezone about 21 3/4 acres from R4 to RX3 conditional use. Planning Commission recommends approval of this 8-0, and staff recommends a public hearing date of October 18. Next is a change to zoning conditions for a piece of property that is in the northeast corner of Gorman and Tryon Road. It's about 3.5 acres in size. The property is currently zoned NX7 PK conditional use. That zoning does not change. What would change with this request is the zoning conditions. It's one condition that is requested to be removed, which is related to building materials. The Planning Commission recommends approval 6-2, and the dissenting votes here were in relation to the removal of that condition that restricts certain building materials. Staff recommends public hearing date here of October 18. Rezoning case Z4922 is at 4902 Memory Road. This is about a 1/4 acre in size. Rezoning from OX3 parking limited to OX4 parking limited, no conditions attached. Planning Commission recommends approval of this 8-0, and staff recommends public hearing date of October 18. Z5622 is of an acre from a request to rezone from R10 to NX4 urban limited conditional use. Planning Commission recommends approval of this 8-0, and staff recommends public hearing date of October 18. Next is Z8021. This is at 9500 Forum Drive. It's a request to rezone almost 6 acres of property from CX3 parking limited to CX12 conditional use. Planning Commission recommends approval of this request 8-0. I did hear from the applicant just before this meeting, and their request is to hold this request because they would like to update zoning conditions. I'll make a note of that at the end when we show all of the cases in one slide. Z2222 is a request to rezone 121 and 131 South Boylan Avenue. It's about 3/4 of an acre in size. The request is to rezone from DX7 Urban Limited to DX20 Urban Limited with zoning conditions. Planning Commission recommends approval of this 8-0, and staff recommends public hearing date of November 1. Z2922 is at East Millbrook, Falls of Neuse, and Paddock Drive. This is a request to rezone 4 acres of property from OX3 Parking Limited to Neighborhood Mixed Use 5 stories Urban Limited Conditional Use. Planning Commission recommends approval of this request 8-0, and staff recommends public hearing date of November 1. So again, here's a summary of all of those suggested public hearing dates. I'm going to highlight, if I can find it on here, the one that we want to hold, which is here. The applicant has requested to hold Z8021 for 2 weeks. The rest are for your consideration to set the public hearing.
Councilmember Buffkin.
Thank you, Mayor. I've been in touch with the applicant on case Z2922 and would like to hold that for scheduling until our October 18 meeting. That's East Millbrook, Falls of the Neuse. Thank you, Mr. Crane.
Mm-hmm.
Councilmember Fort.
Yes. Has the applicant for Z2222 reached out to you about setting the public hearing a little earlier on October the 18th?
I have not heard that, no ma'am.
Okay. Well,
Has
that's the request for.
Has the applicant reached out to you?
They have, and I made that request, so.
That's certainly within the council's discretion to do so.
Okay. All right, so we have 2 of the items pulled. Would you like to make a motion, Councilmember Fort, for the rest of these and then moving that one?
Sure. I make a motion that we set the public hearings as outlined by the staff.
And
with the exception of Z2222 being moved to October 18th.
okay, do we have a second?
Second.
Seconded by.
Did that capture the?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, those 2 are held.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, that passes. Thank you. I just want to say something to Roberta Fox, the Planning Commission Chair. I want to say thank you because the work that you all do, it's been hectic. It's been cramped. There's a lot going on. And I just want to say thank you and acknowledge your work because it's not always easy, but it is appreciated. So I just want to say thank you.
My pleasure.
Okay, next we have special items. First
Mayor,
is,
excuse me, before, confused. The motion was to approve the Planning Commission's recommendation with the exception of Z22 and Z29 and Z80, so.
So Z22 was moved to October 18th. The remaining two were held for 2 weeks.
Okay.
One for 4 weeks, one for 2 weeks.
Yeah, that's
Which one for 2 and which one for 4?
No Brook and Falls in the news.
Yeah, Z29, 22. Until October 18th.
For 4 weeks and Forum Drive for 2 weeks.
Okay, 22 and 29 will be heard on October 18th. Is that what? And Z80?
Yeah, but Z22 is a public hearing date of October 18th. Correct me if I'm wrong, please. Z29 is special item for October 18 because they're not setting the hearing yet. And then Z80, they are holding for 2 weeks. So it'll be a special item in 2 weeks.
Yes.
Thank you.
As long as one of us got it.
Thank you. Okay. Special items. The first item is an external text change request for self-service storage in office park zoning districts.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and Council. Justin Rometta with Planning and Development. This is external text change request for self-service storage in the office park zoning district. It was an application that was filed back in April of this year. Council was introduced to the item in June and asked for some additional information and gave the applicant the opportunity to make some changes. As described in the title, the text change is proposing to add self-service storage as a limited use in the office park zoning district. Self-service storage facilities are defined as those that provide separate storage areas for personal or business use. They're designed to allow private access by the tenant for storing or removing personal property. So the existing regulatory framework, you can see here on the screen a snippet of the permissible use table. This use is currently permitted by right in IH, heavy industrial. It is a limited use with use standards in CX, DX, and IX. In those districts where it is a limited use, those standards pertain to items such as a minimum site size, landscape buffers adjacent to residential uses, and a requirement that the storage be in a fully enclosed building and accessed internally only. What the applicant is proposing is again to allow it in the OP district as a limited use with 6 limited use standards. One being that the storage is within the fully enclosed building, also prohibiting the outdoor storage of RVs and other similar vehicles. Where the property is zoned within urban frontage, storage on the ground story would not be permitted, and again, outdoor storage of boats and other RVs and similar vehicles would not be permitted. Landscape buffer yard, either a B1 or B2 protective yard, will be required along all property lines abutting a residential use. 2 items not seen here. One item, would be a requirement that the facility not be within a quarter mile of a rail corridor, as that would mirror a recent text change that council adopted related to towing yards. Glance over this. The OP district comprises about 322 acres, as you see in your backup. It's kind of scattered over 5 main sites throughout the city, one being near the Six Forks Road Forum Drive intersection. And we have the High Woods area off of Capitol Boulevard, the Crabtree Mall area, Briar Creek, and then finally the Corporate Center Drive area between Corporate Center Drive and I-40. So council did have questions related to height, building height, aesthetics, and outdoor storage. The applicant did not make any changes pertaining to the former 2. They did, as I mentioned, add the use standard that will prohibit outdoor storage. Did want to point out, as it relates to aesthetic concerns, that existing code provisions for transparency and blank wall would continue to apply. So In essence, those would require a 33% ground story transparency requirement, a 20% upper story requirement, and then a maximum 20-foot blank wall requirement. So those standards apply throughout all buildings in mixed-use districts and would apply here as well. I'm happy to answer any questions council might have. I will note that the applicant is here and available for comment or questions as well.
So I have a question. Just thinking out loud, are there any unintended consequences to this?
I think when staff was reviewing this, we took into consideration, as mentioned, the small percentage of area that's zoned office park. It is, if not the smallest, one of the smallest zoning districts in terms of land area zoned that way. And so, the only unintended consequence, the office park is really intended to serve employment and office uses as described in the title, which this would not be. But it also does serve as a kind of buffer, or can serve as a buffer between more intense mixed-use developments and residential developments as well.
Councilmember Melton?
So if we take action today, we'd just be authorizing the text change, and then it has to go out into the public process. Is that right?
Yes, sir. You'd be authorizing it to go through the public process and through Planning Commission review, ultimately back to City Council for a public hearing.
Okay. And then on the agenda, it says that we saw this request in June of 2021. Is that right?
No, it was June of this year.
Okay, so it hasn't been just out there for...
No,
okay.
sir. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I'd be fine to move it forward. It's got to go out to the public and to the Planning Commission and then back to City Council for a hearing. My question would be would we authorize it as requested, or it says authorized with modified language? Like, what would that modified language be?
If there were any additional use standards that council wanted to place, or for the Planning Commission to consider as part of their review, if there were additional language or concerns that you wanted addressed as part of the process, you could add that here as well. Or you could just vote to send it kind of as is and just send it through the process as it's been presented.
But if we send it as presented, then the Planning Commission could trim it back if they felt that that was best.
They could still propose and recommend any changes to it.
And then based on the public process, we can make changes when it comes back to us, obviously.
All right, well, I would be in support of just sending it out as requested and then let the public and the Planning Commission do what they will with it, and it'll come back to council at some point.
Okay, Councilmember Cox.
One of the concerns I have is regarding the transparency requirements. I mean, these are percentages. These are fairly generous transparency requirements, and I think that's great, like if you have a store or something, but a lot of times, if not all the time, these storage units light up, and they're lit up at night, and they're lighting them from the inside, and that light, obviously goes through the windows and out into the adjacent properties. And they stick signage in there, or they stick in, fake doors to advertise that they're actually a storage unit. And I get a lot of complaints about that, particularly if these things are near residential. And so I would like to have the Planning Commission take a look at lighting requirements and also these transparency requirements. Maybe we don't need this much transparency with a storage unit.
Okay, do we have a motion?
I have a comment.
Branch?
Because we're going to have public comment on this, I'm going to support it, but I have a lot of reservations on, even though it's a small area, on the placement of some of these areas. I know in the process of being reimagined. So I just find it kind of interesting. We're talking about jobs and employment in these locations, and on average, storage facilities might hire 5 people. So I'm real hesitant, but because it has to go through the process and there will be time for public input and comment, I will support it now to go forward, but I'm not sure I will support it in the end.
Councilmember Melton?
Yeah, I agree. So why don't I would move to authorize the text change with modifications based on Councilmember Cox's concerns and Councilmember Branch's concerns, the impact on future employment and development in these areas, the lighting screening issue. Let's send it out, let the public comment on it, let Planning Commission look at it. It'll come back. So that's my motion.
Okay, before we second, I have a question. I think what could be helpful too is there's no information here about who made the outside request and what is prompting that. So I'd like to know that as well. Do you have that answer?
Worth Mills is the applicant. He's here to speak if you'd like to hear from him today.
I think that would be helpful. Okay. So we get some more specifics. And we have a motion at the table. Let's hold for a second until we hear from Mr. Mills.
Yes, good afternoon, Mayor, members of council. Worth Mills, 4509 Creedmoor Road, Suite 302. And the impetus behind this proposed text change was City Plat LLC owns OP zone property within the city and is looking, as I think Mr. Birch mentioned at the June 21st meeting, as a way to supplement those existing employment centers with the ability to store goods, samples of those types of office uses already in that OP district, to create an easier way to access those without having to drive outside of that OP district to either an IX or CX or DX district to access those. So I think it's primarily about creating another use within the OP district that is complementary to the existing uses within those parks without fundamentally changing what those parks are meant to do.
Okay, that makes a lot more sense to me. It's really being done to support the businesses that are already there.
With the storage of goods and samples that those businesses have.
Councilmember Branch?
I find that interesting because I know in the condition one it mentions, boats and RVs and all of that. So is that your client's intent? Because otherwise I think that part may be removed holistically. This language here
has been removed since the June 21st meeting. The previous version had sort of conflicting language on the outdoor storage of RVs and vehicles and boats, and we wanted to make clear that those would not be permitted within an OP district.
Okay.
Okay. Councilmember Cox?
Since the intent is to support the businesses in an office park, could we consider adding language that limits the percentage of an office park that would be dedicated to this use?
I think that's certainly possible to do. Because again, it is meant to complement those existing businesses.
I think that would help as well.
Understood.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll modify it to include what Councilmember Cox just said. That's the motion.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Okay,
Thank you.
That was unanimous, clerk. Thank you. Next, we have Six Forks Road transportation issues.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Kenneth Ritchie with Transportation here to provide a follow-up on the Six Forks Road improvements. As you will recall from the September 6th meeting, there were some requests made by Council with regards to some follow-up information on future improvements from Rowan south along Six Forks Road, as well as just some follow-up on the funding history as it relates to the delivery of the Six Forks Road corridor study. So this is a snapshot from the implementation plan from the Six Forks Road corridor study. This lays out kind of the three-phase approach to implementing the recommendations that came out of that plan. Phase one, which is the section that is currently in design, is from Lynn to Rowan. as was kind of prescribed with this implementation plan, there was an initial allocation that was identified and originally planned for FY18. On the next slide, we'll go into a little bit more history in terms of when that allocation was actually made, but this is the section that does have a program plan for implementation. Phases 2 and 3 were envisioned as partnerships, did not have programmed plans coming out of the recommendations from the corridor plan, and at this point, funding has not been designated for these other two sections of the corridor plan. So this is a little bit of a timeline for the funding history as it relates to the Six Forks Road corridor. In 2012, there was a corridor visioning session that really kind of kicked off the corridor plan effort. In FY14, that would have been with the summer of 2013, there was a $150,000 allocation to fund the corridor study effort. In FY17 was the initial allocation for design for the Phase 1 implementation of the Six Forks Road corridor plan. In June of 2018, my apologies. So that would have been in the summer of 2016 where that funding would have become available. The corridor plan was adopted in June of 2018. With the FY20, which would have been the summer of 2019, there was $9.5 million that was allocated for real estate and utilities. The following year, FY21, the summer of 2020, the remaining funding for the Phase 1 implementation was allocated, and that was $20 million for construction. And then with this current fiscal year, as we discussed during the budget process, there was $14.7 million that was reallocated from other projects, deferrals of construction that have been reallocated to this project to help close the projected funding gap. When we look at the Six Forks Road corridor, I think it's important to identify that there is a split classification on this section. From Computer Drive, the interchange area north, it is designated as a 6-lane divided on our street plan. From the interchange or from that Computer Drive area south, it is designated as a 4-lane divided. Along both sections, the 6 lanes and the 4 lanes do exist along both sections of the roadway throughout its entirety. There are turn lane pockets certainly through the North Hills area and through the northern section, and some turn lanes as you get down to Wake Forest and Atlantic Avenue. But at least the base footprint does exist in some fashion along both sections of the corridor, with the exception of the northern portion that is currently under design. When looking at the remainder of Six Forks Road south of Rowan, we did kind of break this up into 3 sections in terms of looking at what the improvements would be and some estimated cost. The first section would be from Rowan to Dartmouth. This would connect to the existing effort that's from Rowan to Lynn. This current section is a 6-lane divided. It's got 6 lanes of traffic with turn lanes. It does have sidewalks. To bring it up to a standard consistent with what is being delivered with the northern section and consistent with the corridor plan, it would call for inclusion of a raised median, multimodal facilities. The raised median would require restriping and likely resurfacing. That estimate would be somewhere between $5 and $10 million. Dartmouth to Computer Drive, this does include the interchange. This section does have a raised median already installed within it. 6 lanes of traffic. It does have sidewalks. Here it would be multimodal facilities and likely bridge enhancements to accommodate the enhanced multimodal facilities. With that, we're estimating between 15 and 20 million. There would also be likely some restriping and some resurfacing that would be required with that. And then from Computer Drive to Atlantic Avenue, this is the section that's designated on the street plan as Avenue 4-lane. Today, it exists as a 4-lane divided section with a center turn lane versus a median. That section, we would look at a raised median installation, multimodal facilities, restriping and resurfacing. That 1.6 mile section would likely be in the range of $45 to $55 million to complete. And with that, that's the end of the presentation. Staff is here to answer any questions that you may have.
Councilmember Buffkin.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Ritchie, for being with us. This item, of course, came out of a rezoning case, and we're dealing with a lot of challenges in this area. First, and I wouldn't want it to be lost, is my appreciation and thanks to the council for slowing things down a little bit, being thoughtful and careful, and working through the complex issues. Recognizing the reality that if we wait for the road to get built to approve development, we'll neither get the road improved nor will we be able to approve development. We are looking at a challenging situation where basically I think, and my proposal for council's consideration would be to set up a two-track process where we look at these roadway improvements and figure out what exactly we can handle and how we're going to fund it. And separate from that, we deal with the rezoning case, which we'll talk about later this afternoon. And my suggestion is that we send both those items to the Transportation Committee. Of course, right now, we're only talking about this one. But subject to questions or discussion from the council, that'll be my motion, that this item be referred to the Transportation and Transit Committee.
Well, would you like to refer this one item to the Transportation Transit Committee?
Yes, ma'am. That'll be my motion whenever you're ready.
Councilmember Ford?
Just so we're clear, how much in total are you asking for?
So our estimate to be able to improve the entirety of Six Forks Road, apart from the section that's already under, is with the conservative end, roughly $85 million is what we would estimate. Now, certainly some of that could be with the interchange piece. There may be opportunities for partnership with DOT. We don't know that there is a program improvement of this interchange, but if that were to come into the equation, that would be a conversation we would have with them about adding some of those elements as a betterment. But they do not have a program project for that area. And certainly with the corridor study itself, the section from Rowan really to the interchange was envisioned to kind of be a partnership effort with development as it came along. But certainly to move that forward ourselves would be about a $10 million effort.
So when this goes to transportation, I think it makes sense to talk about it in that way, like phasing, partnerships. I think for too long, we've just looked at what we need to do and haven't leveraged partnerships that, especially with NCDOT and others, there's a lot of funding coming out of the federal government right now. Would this be something that we could apply for, a grant of some sort? But let's get creative, and this will, well, he's going to make a motion in a minute. Councilmember Cox, you have a question, then Councilmember Knight.
Yes, thank you for the presentation. We also received a packet from Mr. Steve Hall, who's asked that we also consider, by the looks of this, applying roundabouts and as an element. And I just asked that you take a look at this and consider that as well as a possible solution to some of the problems.
We can do that.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Knight?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would, at the appropriate time, like to add a friendly amendment. I did ask for information back on Lassiter Mill Road as well, and so I would like to add that to the conversation. If that either brought back here before us to let us hear, see what we want to do with it, or just add it to the information about this part of Six Forks Road to be added when you talk about this in committee. If that would be okay with the Councilor Bufkin.
I would like to ask, have we done traffic studies on Lassiter Mill? Because I don't think of Lassiter Mill as being highly congested.
Not yet. Some would argue it is, certain times of the day.
Travel there a lot, so.
Me too.
You know, but if there's a traffic study that can be included in that, I think that would be helpful.
Or just information that
Yeah.
that they have. So I did ask for that. Okay, thank you for that. Mr. Ritchie, real fast on the slide that shows where the red and the blue come together, the 6-lane avenue. It may seem arbitrary to us lay people, but why is that? Why is the 6 lane stop there and the blue lane stop there?
So that's really based off of regional model projections. Certainly, as
Sorry, say that one more time.
The regional transportation model kind of would project out to projected volumes could be out, I believe, to the 2050 range. Certainly, there's a significant number of trips that come through that interchange and then get off the interchange before it enters into that southern section. The projected volumes in that southern section are somewhere between 30 and 40,000, even to the 2050 model, which would be consistent with the 4-lane divided street section.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Buffkin, do you want to make a motion?
Thank you, Mayor. I move that this item be referred to the Transit and Transportation Committee.
Do we have a second? Seconded by Councilmember Cox.
Excuse me, I'm sorry, I almost forgot Mr. Knight. With the addition of Lassiter Mill Road, we'll tag that on there and try to tackle that as well. Sorry about that.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, that passes unanimously, Clerk. Next, we have the report and recommendation of the city manager.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. We have 2 items on the agenda under the manager's report, and then I have 2 brief announcements afterwards. First of which is an affordable housing opportunity that we are excited to partner with CASA on. So we have Larry Jarvis from Housing and Neighborhoods talking to us about the ability to preserve some naturally occurring affordable housing in a part of town that we don't normally think about. So Larry, I'll turn it over to you.
I'll make a motion to approve right now.
That works for me.
You won't be insulted?
I will not be insulted. I would just say that when CASA brought this to us, we said, absolutely, let's go after it, partner it, preserve it long term. We'll never find another location like this, so that's a win-win.
This is what we envisioned when we partnered with the county on the affordable housing, keeping affordable units affordable. And I just want to commend you all for acting so swiftly and making something like this happen. So if anybody is offended with that, sorry, but this is the kind of thing we've been asking for you to do.
Could I just say it's interesting that luxury apartments have been marketed in this city for now going on 80 years?
Yes. It's a winning slogan, for sure.
So you see what happens to luxury housing after 50 years. Yes.
Madam Mayor, I just want to make sure the public is aware of this, and that's why I thought a brief presentation would be worthwhile. But I just want to make sure this is a great thing that's happening for the city.
It's awesome.
And so very supportive and great work with all the partners that you've done. So just so the public knows this is happening and soon. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
I made a motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, that passes unanimously.
Thank you.
I'm going to do a round of applause.
Thank you.
Good work.
Appreciate it.
Awesome work. For the past 2 meetings, we've brought forward some creative opportunities of how we're continuing to tackle affordable housing in the city. We don't get the thanks often, and we know it's a never-ending cycle, but really hats off to staff for getting creative, building relationships and partnerships with nonprofit entities in the city who want to do good by people who need affordable housing. So it's my privilege to bring it. So I guess we've set the standard. I've got to bring one next month too. So the second item is pedestrian safety improvements. We have Jed Neffenegger from Transportation here to talk to us a little bit about some of the traffic downtown and some speed limitations and changes. Before Jed gets started, it has been brought to my attention that the virtual comments are now a part of board docs, so you may have to refresh if you don't see it. So for those in the viewing audience and for those in the chambers, you'll be able to see Larry Jarvis's presentation that we didn't do in board docs as well.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, councilors, council members. Kind of hard act to follow after that one, but I'm very excited to. Transportation Department is very excited to bring to y'all the results of a joint project between NCDOT and City Transportation Department, which is a huge milestone. We're asking you to approve changes to the traffic schedule, which will be the first time there'll be a dramatic shift in prioritizing pedestrian safety in the downtown area. I have a brief presentation I'd like to go over, kind of highlight how it came about and what we're asking. In 2019, Governor Cooper directed NCDOT to embark on a project, and he asked, VHB was the firm that was hired to lead this, and City of Raleigh staff was asked to be a major stakeholder. Part of that is because we have a municipal agreement where we can maintain signs, markings, and signals for them. In early 2020 was a very hard year, but it was also a blessing in disguise. Y'all can probably see the blue area was the first area that the governor had directed the state focus on, which was the state government complex. City staff had concerns from an equity standpoint that all of downtown wasn't getting looked at. So over the course of 2020, NCDOT was very, very good to work with, and they agreed to expand the scope and include the area in green. The red dots are locations where there are dual turn-in movements. Dual turn-in movements are very problematic for pedestrians. If you're walking down town, you've experienced where one car might yield and you're kind of obscured from the other car. We're proposing that 7 of those go away to a single movement. There will be 4 left where we need the capacity for the dual. That doesn't mean in the future we can always go back and change it, but we're proposing the 7 get changed to a single movement. There was fairly, in spite of 2020, there was fairly significant stakeholder and public engagement. The consultant in DOT created an interactive map with a survey for people to provide comments where they felt areas were unsafe or had near misses. They created an app. They actually interviewed parking attendants and law enforcement agencies, and there was a large amount of data collected. So the proposed improvements, some of which, I'll go through them, some of which have already been done. As I alluded to earlier, we maintain the signal system for DOT, so we have already modified the signal timing throughout the downtown core to reflect the operating speed of 25. What we're asking today is for y'all to codify it so that we can install and enforcement can occur to 25. We're also asking to remove the dual turn-in movements at the 7 locations. We have installed leading pedestrian intervals. If you've been walking downtown, you'll have noticed them. They come on before the vehicles go, so you can establish yourself in the crosswalk. And the other big item is we're going to come at a future council item, ask you to prohibit right turns on red for the downtown. That will have a little bit of an impact on efficiency, vehicle efficiency, but it will be a huge improvement for pedestrians. Reason will come at a later date is that's a heavier lift, and we have to have a contractor do that work. So we're in the process of getting that underway. There could be a potential phase 2. The state has been excellent to work with. Uncontrolled mid-block crosswalks, a good example would be the one at One Exchange Plaza between Moore Square. There's 20 of those in the downtown area, and the state is committed to looking at making improvements at those. We don't have anything programmed or funded for that yet, but we're continuing to work with the state on that. So when the project was kicked off, there was no funding, but we had a very collaborative environment set up with NCDOT, and we both agreed to work together to try and implement any changes that came out of the project recommendations. NCDOT helped considerably. They were able to secure over $300,000 in federal funds that required no local match, and they just recently completed 100 new traffic signal plans that would reflect the lower speed limits, the leading pedestrian intervals, the channelization changes, and the prohibition of right turned on red. City staff will be performing this work due to the amount I think it's around 30 plus streets and over 100 intersections. We hope to have all this work completed by the end of October. So today, requested action is simply for y'all to codify the changes, update the traffic schedule that's included in your backup, lowering the statutory speed limit 35 miles an hour to 25 for the area that we had delineated earlier on, and remove the dual turning movements at 7 key locations. Again, I will be coming forth either in consent agenda item likely to ask for y'all's consideration to prohibit no right turns on red. And that's anticipated later this fall. That's all I have.
Okay, I have a question, but I know Councilmember Melton wanted to say something. Councilmember Cox had his hand raised. If you'll go first.
Just a quick question. So you anticipate all these changes other than the regarding right turns to be done by October 31st?
We anticipate, yes, correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Councilmember Melton.
I was just going to add that I'm very excited for this work. I don't think that's surprising to anybody. It's pretty simple that pedestrian safety increases when car speed decreases, and I'm really glad we're taking this step. And we got to make space for everybody. If you don't have a car, don't want to drive a car, got to make it easier for people to get around, walking, biking, on a scooter, wheelchair users. And so I'm very excited about this, and at the appropriate time, I would make a motion to approve.
Okay, Councilmember Branch.
Definitely, thank you for the work and the presentation. My only request is that lessons learned here as part of this project, look at other parts of the city and see what other modifications we may need to make, even with the lead time for crosswalk, because we definitely have some intersections, especially some of the corridors where we're putting bus rapid transit that are very dangerous in trying to cross. So if we can take lessons learned here and look at ways to make it scalable. I know we probably can't scale zero costs, but if we can find ways to work that out, I think it would be a benefit to the overall city.
Okay, thank you. 2 questions. So crosswalks. I remember trying to work with Roberta Fox when she was with the Urban Design Center on incorporating art into some of our crosswalks downtown. And we were specifically looking at those around Moore Square and the one on Wilmington Street going from Market Exchange Plaza to the Transit Center. What we heard at the time is that the state said no. Is there any chance of having that discussion again and seeing if there might be some way to do that? It's a way to call more attention to the crosswalks, but it's also a beautification type of effort. So just want to ask that question.
Very good question, and we've had a lot of internal dialogue, staff. It's actually not the state as much as it is federal government that doesn't want the crosswalks to have art in them. That being said, as I alluded to, there is a potential phase 2. One of the, if y'all have walked downtown, y'all have noticed box trucks will park very close to the crosswalks where you can't see oncoming traffic. One of the things we have discussed with the state is kind of goring out those areas and maybe allowing art in those areas as opposed to the crosswalk. That way we wouldn't run afoul with FHWA, and we could still add some art and beautification to a space that people don't need to be queuing up or parking in.
So I'll be in D.C., the White House on Thursday. Is this something I should bring up with policymakers?
Sure.
Okay. It's on the list. My second question relates to one-way and two-way streets. So I remember when I was on council, it feels like many moons ago now, but we made Hargett Street two-way. Part of what we talked about was improving safety. It slowed down cars, and it provided easier mobility. Has there been any consideration to changing some additional streets to, with safety in mind, but also it slows down the traffic. You know, sometimes Wilmington Street and McDowell Street will feel like a highway as opposed to a street through the city. So I just wanted to ask that question as well.
Yeah, that's a very good question, and it's kind of hard to answer that because two-way does create friction and can slow vehicles down. It also can benefit businesses from the standpoint of having access on both sides. From a conflict point of a pedestrian, you have an additional direction to look for. Our hope is that the changes that occur with this, we can measure, hopefully, and see a dramatic drop-off in the number of crashes. That's not to say that we won't rule that out in the future, but I'm hoping that this will go a long way to solve some of those, as you were saying, higher speed corridors where vehicles seem to progress very quickly and make it feel uncomfortable for pedestrians.
Well, even, you know, I've gotten complaints from people on Person Street because that's where a lot of the car racing occurs. And so, you know, they had said, well, we can't wait for this to be two-way. Maybe that will eliminate some of these issues. So I think just keeping that in mind would be helpful. But thank you, and thank you for the work you're doing.
Thank you.
Okay.
I move to authorize the changes in the traffic schedule included with the agenda materials.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, that was unanimous, Clerk. Thank you again for this work.
And I am happy to announce that on Friday, October the 21st, the City of Raleigh and our partners will be hosting and sponsoring Meet Us at the Square. What we've heard over the last several months, particularly during the pandemic, and as we heard from Kim Crawford today, that homelessness continues to be an issue for our community. So I kind of challenge staff to put together an event to where we could meet people where they are. So we're going to be hosting Meet Us at the Square on Friday, October the 21st from 9 to 1 a.m. We will have all types of resources available for people who are unsheltered, unhoused, or who are experiencing some degree or level of homelessness. And just hats off to the City of Raleigh team for going on this crazy journey with me to try to figure out how we can solve all of these community issues and never saying no. And the phenomenal piece about it is every community partner that we have asked to step up to the plate has said yes. And so hopefully this will be an agenda item in the next month so that we can have more particulars. In the meantime, if somebody wants to partner with us and want to assist, please reach out to Michelle Millette in my office. She's sort of kind of running point on this one, but I hope that the weather prevails in our favor so that we can really meet people where they are and provide those services that they need so desperately prior to the weather turning cold.
Well, thank you for treating this with a sense of urgency. And I'm going to just mention that when Acorns held a service fair out in the parking lot in front of Memorial Auditorium, it was a huge success. We had a number of people come through. But what I loved was seeing the barbers there from Wake Tech who are giving people haircuts, the groomer that we had for the dogs. Most people don't realize many of our unsheltered people have pets. So that was just a very gracious and lovely way to support them, but also having Wake Med out there, Healing Transitions, number of partners too numerous to name. And I think I just want to commend the staff for treating this with urgency, being creative, and be willing to get out there. So thank you.
Thank you. And lastly, he doesn't know that I'm going to do this. Today happens to be Scott Payne's last city council meeting. The theme of his retirement is he is retiring the tie. So if you know Scott, you know Scott wears a tie everywhere. We've even heard that he wears it to sleep. So, Scott, if you don't mind coming to the podium. Scott has been an invaluable resource and asset in parks and recreation and cultural resources for a number of years. He's moved up the ranks in the department, serving as assistant director, interim director, now again as assistant director. He kind of told us a little while ago he was going to stay until we got a director. And so, as we know, we've announced Stephen Bentley as the new director, and Scott held true to his word. So as much as we hate to see you go, he's an outdoorsman. So he's going to be fishing, hunting, and doing all things outdoors. But I thought it would be most appropriate today to acknowledge Scott for all the work, and thank you for your service to this community.
I just have one question. Will you be wearing your tie when you're fishing and hunting?
One never knows. Thank you all very much. Thank you.
Mayor, could
Scott,
I?
thank you. I mean, you have been such an incredible addition to our city and our parks department. And I just want to say thank you for always stepping up when you are needed and doing it with that wonderful smile on your face and just your leadership. And it really has made a difference, and I just want to acknowledge that and say thank you. And I know Mr. Buffkin, who has served for many years on the Parks Board, has something he would like to add.
Well, thank you, Mayor. And Scott, thank you for all your service and time and efforts to our city. I think it's about a total of 10 or 11 years we've been working together, 2 stints on the Parks Board, and now 2.5 years on council. You're a consummate professional. Everything you do is with professionalism, an informed view, a patience, particularly for those new board members that come on with new ideas that seem easy to do. You're always the patient, steady hand. And thank you for, as the mayor said, stepping up during 2 major transitions recently. You just never fail to impress, and I'll be so grateful for the time that we had to work together. Thank you. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
And that concludes my report, with the exception of a little birdie put in my ear that someone at the table has a birthday today, and I will just leave that there. So to the birthday person, I hope that this year is one of the most blessed years of your life.
Thank you.
She answered.
Okay, on that note, we now go to matters scheduled for public hearing. The first item we have is...
Excuse me, before you start the public nuisances, could I withdraw a couple that have been paid?
Yes, ma'am.
1245 Newbern Avenue and 4315 Old Pool Road. Both have been paid.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. Bryce Abernathy, Housing and Neighborhoods. I am asking you today to adopt a resolution confirming the charges for nuisance abatement on the public nuisance case, on the public nuisances that are listed in your backup. If you have any questions, I'm here.
Do we have any questions? Okay. Do we have a motion? Oh, open the hearing, close the hearing. Do we have a motion? All in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, that was unanimous, clerk. Thank you. Next, we have a petition annexation AX 1222, 8009 Leesville Road.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor, members of the council. My name is Christopher Golden with Planning and Development. The first annexation you have before you today is in 8009 Leesville Road. It's located on a 1.17 acre parcel. It's zoned R4. There's an existing single-family home on this property, and they're looking to hook up to water and sewer. That's the reason why they've petitioned to annex. If they are brought into the city today, they'll be brought into the boundaries of Council District E, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have on this.
Do we have any questions? Okay, no one has signed up in support or opposition, so I'm going to open the hearing, close the hearing. Do we have a motion?
Madam Mayor, I move to adopt an ordinance annexing the property effective September 2022 and adopt a resolution placing the property in the appropriate electoral district.
Second.
Okay, all in favor? Aye. That was unanimous, clerk. Okay, next we have petition annexation AX 1522. This is Prince Drive.
Thank you. This annexation that you have today is contiguous. It's inside the ETJ. It's in various addresses in the 2500 block of Prince Drive. It's zoned. It consists of just under an acre at 0.92 acres. It's zoned R6, which is residential 6, conditional use, with Swift Creek overlay district there. It's classified as new urban under the Swift Creek land use classification system. That conditional use limits it to 4 dwellings or less. The applicant is looking to construct 3 units on this property, 3 single-family detached units. If it's annexed today, it'll be brought into the boundaries of Council District D, and I'm here to answer any questions as always.
Okay. Any questions? Okay, no one has signed up to speak in support or opposition, so I'm going to open the hearing, close the hearing. Do we have a motion? Councilmember Fort?
Yes, it's my motion that we accept the proposed annexation.
All in favor? Aye. Okay, that was unanimous, clerk. Next, petition annexation AX 1622 for Lead Mine Road.
Thank you. As the other annexations were before, this is contiguous and inside the ETJ. It's on Lead Mine Road. It's an assemblage of 6 parcels. There are various addresses listed for this. It totals just under 5 acres. It's zoned residential mixed use for parking limited with conditional use. That conditional use refers to a congregate care, limiting the use to congregate care residential. And that is the plan for this property, looking at constructing that use residential multifamily at 95 units. There's water and sewer to the site. They'd like to hook up to both of those utilities today, the reason why they're petitioning. And if annexed today, it'll be brought into the boundaries of Council District A. If you have questions, please let me know.
Any questions?
Yes, I do have a question.
Sure.
Is the RX4 PLCU zoning apply to all the parcels in this?
Let me go ahead and show you that, actually. So we'll move forward. This shows the water and sewer near the site. So it does. RX4 PLCU is the entire site. There was a recent rezoning, I think, in...
Oh, I remember it well.
Yeah, so that rezoned the entire site back in... it initiated in 2020, I believe.
Any additional questions? Okay, no one has signed up in support or in opposition. So I'm going to open the hearing and close the hearing. Do we have a motion?
I move approval of the recommended action.
Do we have a second? Seconded by Councilmember Knight. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
That was unanimous, clerk. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have rezonings Z67. This is North Hills Assemblage.
Yes, ma'am. There are no new conditions for council to act on since this was last considered, 2 weeks ago? You could defer action for we did see some draft conditions. I think you all have seen those as well. You could defer to wait for signature so you could act on that, or you could act on the current set that's under consideration.
Okay. Could we hear from the applicant?
Good afternoon, Mayor Baldwin and members of council. I'm Jamie Schwadler here on behalf of the applicant. We have been working on draft conditions, but they're just simply not ready for action and need more review by staff. And I believe Councilmember Buffkin indicated a desire to send this item to the Transportation and Transit Committee earlier today. So we'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Any questions of the applicant at this point? Okay. Councilmember Buffkin.
Yeah, I'm ready. I've already articulated what I'd like the council to do. I don't know if you want to take additional comment today.
No, that can be done in committee.
Okay, well then I'd just say briefly, again, thank you to the council for slowing things down.
Councilmember Buffkin, sorry, 1 second. The county attorney was...
Just one thing real quick, since the public hearing's open, that we need to state at the meeting the date that it's going to come back, even if it's the date of the committee meeting. So I just want to make sure we have on the record the next time it's going to be before the council in any capacity,
So that would be the date of the committee meeting.
which is,
So I believe that's the 22nd, Mr.
So we're supposed to meet this Thursday, but I don't think 2 days is a quick enough notice or turnaround time. So it would have to be our October meeting, and I need to work with Councilman Buffkin because of his personal schedule. So as of right now, to set a date to be certain, it would have to be October 27th. If we can move it sooner, I would, but it's up to Councilman Buffkin when you're available, because you're on the committee, and I think it's important that you're there.
City Attorney,
yeah, I think you can go ahead and set it for that date, and if you need to change it at a subsequent council meeting, that we could do that, but it's a good idea to let, or you could just move it for the next city council meeting, to come back up, not to be heard, but to be, to find a date. Right.
I think that may be the best if we bring it back October 4th to set the date, because I would like to work with you to possibly move that date up from
do
the
we
27th.
move this under special items then, or does it have to be part of the evening meeting?
I think it can be a part of the special items. It's just a matter of making sure that anybody who's watching knows the next meeting.
Yeah.
What, Gail, go ahead.
If we're continuing the public hearing, we would need it under public hearing, so.
Yeah, but
it
we're
could be
not
signed
continuing
up.
the public hearing. We're just going to schedule the date for the
committee meeting.
Committee meeting. That's all we're doing. So we're setting a date for the committee meeting at the October 4th
It's
meeting.
continued to October 4th, and on October 4th to set a date for the Transportation Committee meeting to hear it, not to keep the public hearings open, but as far as the meeting, the matter itself, we just need to make sure that people know
Right.
what next day to attend or listen to know what's going to happen next.
Right.
I think Bonham has a comment.
I was just going to suggest maybe it could come back as a report of the Transportation and Transit Committee on the 4th.
That's fine.
That
Either
makes
way,
sense.
I think coming back on the 4th is key. So what we will do is we will bring it back on October 4th on the Transit and Transportation Committee in order to set the date that we're going to have the hearing.
Well, let's do this. Let's take a formal vote to move it to committee.
Yeah.
And then you come back and let us know the date on October 4th. Okay? So there's been a motion made, I believe, who made a second to the motion to move it to transportation?
I'll second it.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, and then if you will come back with the date at that time. Thank you.
That's fair.
Okay, next we have rezoning Z8121, Rock Quarry Road and Wall Store Road.
Yes, ma'am. This is a new public hearing today, and this next item on the agenda, Comprehensive Plan Amendment 621, also goes right along with this. It covers the same geographic area as this rezoning request. So I just wanted to make you aware of that before we got going. So this is right around 276 acres that's currently R4 and R6 with conditions. That's being rezoned to R10 with conditions and CX3 with conditions. This is consistent with the comprehensive plan overall, but it is partially inconsistent with the future land use map, specifically that CX3 request on the portion of the property that's currently zoned R10 with conditions. And the Planning Commission recommends approval. So this is a view of the site. We're down southeast of downtown on the west side of Rock Quarry and north of Wall Store Road. And the Pearl Road Park property that's owned by the city but undeveloped is the primary northern neighbor of this tract. So a couple of views of the site from the street. Again, so the small southeast portion of the property called out to be CX3, but the majority of the property would be R10. Both have conditions. And there are a good number of conditions here. So they've limited the number of residential units in the commercial area, and they have prohibited some uses there. They've also limited the total non-residential square footage in that CX area. And then they've also limited the residential density for the remainder of the site. They've prohibited the apartment building type in the R10 area of the rezoning. And then they have also provided for a 50-foot primary building setback along the boundary with 2629 Wall Store Road. And I can point that out to you on a map in just a second. They have increased the Neuse River riparian buffer for one of the streams on the site, and they've also provided for some additional silt fencing during grading and construction. They've also provided for some extra stormwater control along what they call Stream B. I'm going to show you that on the next slide. And then they've provided for extra study along Stream A post-development to make sure that things are comparable pre and post, and they're controlling for the 100-year storm. So Stream A has the bigger buffer. That's the big swath through the site here. And then Stream B also has additional controls up in the northeastern corner of the site. And that parcel with extra building setback is this one down here in the bottom of the screen. All right. They have also provided for a pedestrian path that runs roughly parallel to Stream A that would connect the Pearl Road Park with the expected extension of Whitfield Road. And they can do that either as part of the public easement of the stream or as part of the right-of-way of a street that they are expected to build on the property. And so in the stream, that would roughly look like this in the stream easement or right-of-way. And if it's alongside the road, it would look more like this. And then finally, they have to connect the greenway from Stream B to the sidewalk network of the site. And then also, they've set aside 30% of the site as open space, and they have set aside, established some post-construction stormwater practices to reduce total suspended solids into Stream A. And I just want to say Parks and the applicant and planning department staff have worked very closely together on this. There have been so many jokes in our office about lampreys and their endangered status. So there are lampreys known on the Pearl Road Park site, and so Parks flagged that for the applicant. We have been working together a lot of the extra stormwater considerations here, and what you'll see actually in the comprehensive plan amendment also is meant to help protect the waterways here and the lampreys that are present on the Pearl Road site, and so we also expect are present on the rezoning site. So the change here is an overall increase in residential density and an overall increase in maximum units. The office and retail square footage goes up. There's no entitlement there now because of the residential district. Consistent overall with the comprehensive plan. One policy here around open space and new development, but remember they have made that 30% commitment. Again, inconsistent partially with the future land use map, so if you approve this, it would also amend the future land use map and the comprehensive plan. Planning Commission recommends approval, and I'm happy to answer questions if you have them about the case before you open the public hearing.
Any questions of staff? Okay, we have no one here to speak in opposition, but we have several people here in support. So I am going to open the public hearing, and there will be 8 minutes if needed.
Thank you, Mayor and members of council. Worth Mills, 4509 Creedmoor Road, Suite 302. Joining me on the list of speakers for this case are Danny Perkins with RQ Land LLC, who is with the applicant team. Also joining me this afternoon are Michael Vamprin, Ryan Akers, and Nate Boyquin with McAdams Group. As Bynum mentioned, we have worked extremely hard with both NC Wildlife Resources, Parks and Recreation, and the Planning Department to create a rezoning that not only allows for this mixed-use style of development with the commercial uses along Rock Quarry Road, but created a set of zoning conditions that we think both pre and post development create a significant set of protections both to the streams that flow within this site and the inhabitants within it, namely that state-threatened Leesbrook lamprey. This case is consistent with the comprehensive plan. It is consistent with the future land use map. It is compatible with the surrounding area. And we are all available to answer any questions that you may have about any of our rezoning conditions, whether it be the 1,700 feet of kind of multi-use path that we will be providing to the future Pearl Road Park, or about the environmental conditions that we have, again, worked with NC Wildlife and Parks and Rec on as well. But appreciate your time and happy to answer those questions that you may have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I see that Virginia Talley has signed up to speak. I don't know if she wants to say anything or if any other people who in the audience. Ms. Talley?
If I can, if you don't mind, Mayor, and Mayor and council members, I am Virginia Talley, and I reside at 2200 Atkins Drive, Raleigh. I'm here today with my sister and my daughter.
Ms. Talley, they're going to bring you a mic, Ms. Talley. They're going to bring you a microphone. No, they're bringing it to you.
You stay right there. He's bringing you to the mic.
We're here today with, and when I say we are here today, my sister and my daughter are here, Cadrin Gill, and we wanted to find out the ramifications and all the things that we need to know regarding the properties that belong to my deceased parents. So that's why we're here today. We did sign up to speak at first, but we decided that we want to listen. It's always good to listen, and then we will move forward. But we will need to seek, I guess, information from those who were speaking today, if it's okay. Thank you so much.
All right. Is there any specific information you would like? Because this is a gentleman to ask.
Thank you. We would like to, we received a letter, and we keep receiving cards about the property, people wanting to buy the property. So on a personal note, we'd like to speak with someone. And if you don't mind leaving your card with me, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Absolutely, Ms. Talley, and I'm happy to speak with you right at the conclusion of these two hearing items, if preferable to you, or if at a later date is better. And I'm happy to go through any of the items within this presentation just to make you more aware. And I'm sorry that we haven't been able to connect and speak on a more personal level up to this point. But from a high level, we are looking to rezone the 275 acres that is 6700 Rock Quarry Road and 2533 Wall Store Road to a mix of residential 10 units per acre with conditions, and this red area closest to Rock Quarry Road and that Whitfield Road intersection to commercial use, 3-story height limit, conditional use. On the right-hand side are conditions for both the specific commercial mixed use and the residential 10 districts. So in the CX3 district in red, we have limited density to 20 units per acre. We have prohibited some of those more intense and otherwise noxious uses that are otherwise permitted in the CX district, and we have capped non-residential principal uses at 300,000 square feet. In the R10 district in yellow, we have capped residential density at 8 units per acre. We have prohibited the apartment building type. So everything in yellow, you're likely to see a mix of single-family duplex or townhouse buildings in that area. And then we created a 50-foot building setback from Pender Nursery, which is just south of us on Wall Store Road. These are our recreational conditions, and again, as Bynum mentioned, we are going to be required to construct a multi-use path from this proposed roundabout here in blue, heading north up to the City of Raleigh property, just to our north, and that's planned for a future City of Raleigh park as well, and a future greenway trail. So we'll be making that connection on our own, and I think I mentioned that is at least 1,700 linear feet of multi-use path. And then we've also included an extensive set of environmental zoning conditions based on the feedback that we received from the North Carolina Wildlife Resources and the Stormwater Department for Raleigh and the Parks and Rec Department for Raleigh, to make sure that we are not degrading specifically Stream A and the Least Brook lamprey, which is kind of like a suckerfish almost that lives in the sediment there, to make sure that that is protected as well. That's a state threatened species. But that's a very high level overview of the rezoning. And again, I'm happy to speak with you at the conclusion of this hearing. One, to just get a sense of what your concerns may be, and maybe figure out what those letters were about, not from the city, but from those other interested buyers.
One quick question is that I wanted to know, would they be affordable housing?
We have not included any zoning conditions for like an AMI, so these would all be market rate housing, whether for sale or for rent. I don't know if that's been determined yet, but they would be market rate. Yes, ma'am.
Can I ask?
Councilmember Branch?
Question, and this is for Ms. Talley. Was your question about land you own adjacent to it, or this land? I'm trying to figure out where.
It is land that excuse me. It is land that my parents own that are adjacent to the properties.
Can you
that he's speaking
where?
of.
Is there any way you can explain where on the map
Is it this land?
it's located?
Christy, do you know?
I'm not sure because I don't have the information. This is our first hearing, so that's why I wanted to meet with someone individually so that we can go over the lots especially.
Yeah, and I'm happy to meet with all of you, whether it be right after this meeting or at a later date, to talk about that for sure.
All right, thank you.
This information for me makes me want to hold this for 2 weeks, because I think if they have not had a conversation and it's land adjacent to the rezoning, I think those concerns and things kind of need to be addressed until our October meeting. That's kind of where I am right now with this information, because I hadn't heard from either side about issues, but with this information, I'm trying to understand.
It's the first time hearing of it.
Okay, yeah. So if we could, Madam Mayor, I think we will have to hold this plus the comp plan amendment both until October 4th, before I can vote or make a recommendation.
Yeah, does this impact any plans that you have moving forward from a timing standpoint?
No, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Councilmember Buffkin?
A quick question while we got you here, Mr. Mills. What was the thinking about prohibiting the apartment building in this development?
I think that is primarily to create consistency or more consistency with the low-scale residential future land use designation that is encompassing the entirety of the 275 acres. This rezoning does permit, I believe, 43 acres of available land for apartments that could be located closer to Rock Quarry Road.
That's the NX district. Apologies.
The CX.
CX.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
So we are allowing 4 apartments, but within that 43 acres, more or less, to be rezoned to commercial mixed use, with, again, the ability for more office and commercial uses within that as well.
Okay, so based on what I'm hearing, we will hold this item as well as the next, wait a minute, let me see. We'll hold this item to the next meeting. Bynum, you're,
Absolutely.
I would recommend you at least hear the staff presentation today, only because the presentations at the next meeting, there are a lot of items on the evening agenda, and I think you will enjoy hearing about it more this afternoon than in 2 weeks.
okay, so that's
just open the
meaning
public
for the
hearing.
comp plan.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I wasn't certain what you were referring to. So let me finish with this. We will hold Z8121 to our next meeting on October 4th. And then the next item is Comp Plan Amendment CP 622. I am going to ask for the staff report, but then I will open the hearing and leave it open for consideration.
Yes, ma'am. So this would be an amendment to the street plan.
Excuse me, Mayor. I'm sorry, Ms. Walters. A little confusion. Did we open the hearing for Rock Quarry Road?
Yes.
Okay, and we're holding it open.
Yes.
Okay, all right.
Go Bynum.
This would remove a proposed Avenue 2-lane divided and an avenue and add 2 proposed Avenue 2-lane undivided streets. And the connection is designated as 2-lane Avenue undivided. So here's the street plan now. This is going to go away, as you can see. There's a little piece of it here that's designated one way, and then the rest of it is designated another way. That's what's going away. And then they're adding this piece of street and this. So an extension of Whitfield from Battle Bridge down to Auburn Church Road, and a new piece from that extension down to Wall Store as well. So just changing the connectivity in this area. It is consistent with the comprehensive plan overall, and the Planning Commission does recommend approval. And I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Okay, do we have any questions at this time? Okay, I'm going to open the hearing. Would the applicant like to make any comments?
We're happy to save our presentation until both items are back in front of council in October.
I think we'd rather see the presentation today.
Oh, okay.
Because October 4th is going to be full.
Got it. So again, myself and the rest of our team are available for additional questions and comments, but this is the existing Raleigh street plan. You can see the extension of Pearl Road going through the Camelot Village to our north, running north through, or running south through the Pearl Road Park property, north of this site through 2533 Wall Store Road, and then eventually teeing in to Wall Store and that Auburn Church Road intersection. This is just a more zoomed in view, and you can sort of see on the southern end there that in order to make a ultimate connection to Wall Store Road under the current street alignment, this Avenue 2-lane divided road would need to continue through 4 additional parcels, one of which is currently used for single-family residents. This is that same street plan with the USGS streams overlaid, and it's similar to the exhibit that we prepared for the rezoning case as well. And you can see clearly here that requiring a street through both 2533 Wall Store Road and the Pearl Road Park property is going to require us to cross that tributary to the Big Branch Creek, both of which are a Neuse River stream buffer. this slide here shows both of those, or that stream, and then as it forks into two separate streams on the southern portion of the property. As Bynum mentioned, there's been a lot of discussion amongst the city and amongst our group about the presence of those Leesbrook lamprey, which is a common non-parasitic lamprey, but it is a state threatened species in North Carolina. We were alerted to the presence of those lampreys during our initial staff review, and they were identified when the city of Raleigh did their kind of pre-construction assessment of the park property. And the yellow squares there are where North Carolina Wildlife Resources identified that Leesbrook lamprey. I'll also note that in the city of Raleigh's assessment of the Pearl Road Park property, much of the southern portion and the southwest portion of that park property is intended or planned to remain fairly undeveloped and with passive recreation amenities like a greenway trail, and requiring a road which was planned prior to that assessment being done of the park property is in conflict with how the city envisions that park property being laid out, and also poses an environmental threat both to the stream and to the lampreys that inhabit it. This is a slide showing in the dark blue, the light blue showing the current City of Raleigh street plan, the dark blue showing our proposed amendments to that street plan. And I'm going to have Nate with McAdams, who has worked with the City of Raleigh Transportation Department on our TIA and on this comprehensive plan amendment, just speak a little bit about the conversations that he's had about that connection to the Pearl Road Park. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Nate Boakman with McAdams. Address is 621 Hillsborough Street here in Raleigh. So in the kind of initial conversations we were having on this proposal here with city staff, we looked at the regional transportation model to kind of see what sort of volumes that section of the existing planned road was projected to have. And it was very, very minimal traffic volumes, just due to the fact that it's a fairly small segment of road before it ties back into Rock Quarry Road. So it's not providing significant connectivity to the area. And so we then moved forward with the traffic impact analysis that was submitted and reviewed by city staff. Are there any additional questions about that I can answer?
Are there any additional questions?
Just one. At the intersection of Whitfield and Rock Quarry, was there any conversation about a light or something being added?
Yes, there have, and that's going to be something that we're going to be looking at a little bit further with some city staff, just to make sure we kind of determine when the exact timing of that would be needed. Just to make sure that we have the sufficient traffic signal warrants are met.
Okay.
Any other questions? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Any other comments by the applicant? All right. We will hold this open. Thank you for going through this today. And we will schedule this for our October 4th meeting. I would like to ask the applicant and the Talley family to please meet within the next 2 weeks so we can move forward. So thank you. Okay. Next is rezoning Z522 Seamart Drive.
Yes, ma'am. This is a continuation of the public hearing opened earlier this month. The applicant has offered some revised conditions I'm going to walk you through. Reminder about where we are. Conditions 1 through 4 have not changed. Condition 5, which was about evaluating the structure for preservation, has been revised to talk about evaluating for preservation or relocation if options in the subsequent condition are not used. And so what they have done here, the big change here is they have said evaluated for preservation or relocation, and if one of the options is not elected, then building height on the property would be limited to a maximum of 7 stories, which is their current entitlement. So they're basically saying if they don't make good on the building, they don't really get much more out of the site. They've taken out a number of provisions that were previously here about the platform canopies, keeping materials to reuse on the site, those kinds of things. Instead, they have added a new condition 6 that the owner can allow any entity or individual to relocate at least 50% of the building, and that they would give notice of this opportunity being available. And then they have said that if the building is relocated on site by them, that the owner would pursue local landmark designation of the building after relocation is complete. Condition 8 has been amended just to say that they would document the site, and then not intended, not change, and then they have added a new condition limiting the building height within 450 feet of the southern property line to no more than 16 stories. Any questions I can answer for you about changes to the conditions? I believe the applicants also, I know the applicants also here and could speak to them
Do
as
we have
well.
any questions for staff? Okay, this is open, so I'm going to ask the applicant to come up, and I'm going to give each side 5 minutes to speak. I know that the friends of, well, the advocates for Seaboard Station, Dana Deaton has said she will be speaking on their behalf. So we'll start with the applicant, 5 minutes, and then we will go to Seaboard Station Group.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of council. I'm Jamie Schwadler with Parker Poe, 301 Fayetteville Street, here on behalf of Turnbridge Equities, and I'm going to be splitting my time with Jason Davis today. We appreciate the council's time and direction in asking us to speak once again with the Save the Station preservation groups and try to respond to their overwhelming request, which was to remove 5C. Now, remember, that option would have allowed us to preserve some limited site elements on the site as well as minimal square footage on the building. And so we did meet with them, and we did what they asked. We removed condition 5C. And by doing this, we limit ourselves to 2 preservation options, either keeping the building in place or relocating it as defined in the zoning conditions. And if we're not able to do either of those and we don't exercise the third-party option, condition 6, then we're limiting ourselves to 7 stories, which is the by right entitlement today, except that you get the added bonus of the pedestrian plaza and the public space and the walkability that was so important to the cotton mill owners in many conditions that we talked about this case. This compromise was not easy, and it adds additional risk to Turnbridge, but in the end, it responds to what the community asked us to do. It responds to what you asked us to do, and we appreciate the Save the Station groups indicating that this is a step we needed to take in order to gain their support. We also appreciate them reaching out to you in emails last week and over the weekend indicating their support of this case with the conditions changed. And this result would not be possible without many individuals that are here today, and we'd like to thank them not only for working through us without the case, but indicating they would support the case today, namely Dana Deaton, Gaston Williams, John Reese, Matthew Brown, Ruth Little, Marilee Jacobs, and Frank Harmon, as well as Donna Bailey. Their work was instrumental and can really be seen as a success to Save the Station. I'd like to turn it over to Jason Davis.
Mayor Baldwin, members of council, my name is Jason Davis, Managing Director of Turnbridge Equities, 4800 Hampton Lane, Bethesda, Maryland. This is Turnbridge's 3rd case before this council. In our prior cases, the Creamery and 307 to 313 West Martin Street, both involved significant historic preservation. When we began the pre-development of 707 Seymour Drive, our plans did not include the preservation of the former train station building, as the property is not a designated landmark. However, through our extensive community engagement process, we quickly learned about the significance of the station to many people in the surrounding neighborhoods and to the station's centrality in Raleigh's memory of place. Through more than 30 stakeholder meetings over the past 9 months, we have sought to build consensus with the citizen groups who have rallied behind the preservation of the station, and their advocacy has reshaped our development plan and the rezoning conditions that are before you today. These rezoning conditions reflect some of the most significant preservation commitments made in respect of a non-landmark property in anyone's memory. These conditions will ensure that at a minimum, 50% of the existing station is preserved and that the station's memory can live on for future generations. I want to thank the Save the Station group, in particular its leadership team that Jamie named earlier, for engaging with us in such a meaningful and civil way, and for ultimately supporting our rezoning application in the letters that you recently sent to City Council. Those who participated in the Save the Station group should be proud of their efforts because these rezoning conditions directly reflect those objectives that you had, which we now share in our aspirations for preservation. While the rezoning conditions stipulate that the preservation of at least 50% of the station, we are committed to using our best efforts to preserve the station's entire ticketing and waiting areas. We have already engaged leading architects, including those specializing in historic preservation, structural engineers, building movers, and contractors, and we have begun the process of planning for the station's relocation to the northern portion of the property, where it can begin its third chapter. With adjacency to the Go Triangle land, it may again serve as a functioning rail station, providing another gateway to Raleigh, but there are many potential uses that will honor the building and its history. In summation, the conditions that are before you reflect months of community engagement, feedback, compromise, and ultimately consensus, and they provide robust and meaningful preservation of a building that is unprotected by right. Turnbridge has developed a strong reputation as acting of good stewards of Raleigh's rich architectural history with our redevelopment of the Creamery building and of the former Clearscapes property on West Martin Street. And we are now committed to honoring Seaboard Station as well. We appreciate everyone's involvement in the process to date, and we look forward to developing a property in a way that will be a source of pride for Raleigh and its citizens and will serve as a part of Raleigh's past and future identity. Thank you.
I just want to say, Dana, come on up. I have not seen a development group do something like this before in my 12, 13 years of public service. So I just want to say thank you. But I also want to compliment Dana, you and your group for working so diligently with this team. And I can't wait to hear what you have to say.
Thank you. I'm Dana Deaton, 408 Harding Street. I'm speaking on behalf of the Save Seaboard Train Station Task Force. Mayor Baldwin and members of council, during the past 10 months, representatives from Turnbridge Equities have met with members of our preservation groups and the Mordecai CAC many times. At the beginning of these discussions, the entire train station was going to be demolished. Through negotiations and lengthy conversations, the final set of zoning conditions evolved. The zoning conditions that you will vote on today represent a great deal of compromise on the part of both the developer and the Save the Train Station citizen groups. As with any compromise, no one is 100% happy. However, we feel that we've accomplished our original goals, which were 1, to convince the developer to save the train station or to preserve meaningful portions of it, and 2, raise awareness of the importance of this historic building to our community. After careful negotiations, review of the revised conditions, and verbal assurance from the developers that they would use their best efforts, a majority of our final 9-member task force agreed to support these final conditions. On Tuesday, September 13th, we emailed City Council to inform you of our support of these final conditions. Will the entire train station be saved in its original location? No, but a minimum of 50% of the main part of the building, including the eastern facade, will be saved either in place or on their parcel, or Turnbridge or another group can move it to an adjacent property. If not, Turnbridge will not be able to build more than 7 stories. And after great debate, we feel that this is meaningful preservation. Jason Davis from Turnbridge, along with attorney Jamie Schwadler, agree that they will work to save more than 50% of the building, even suggesting that they will consider moving the main part of the station, including the waiting rooms, to the northern end of the parcel. While an assurance clause cannot be legally placed in the conditions, our group, as well as the mayor and council, have been assured that Turnbridge will work to preserve more than the minimum, which is outlined in the conditions. Who do I represent? 2 Save the Station committees were formed. The first by the Mordecai CAC in January 2022 with myself and Matthew Brown as co-chairs, and a second committee in March by a group of historians and preservationists led by Gaston Williams. In June, following the rezoning vote at the Planning Commission, our groups joined together. This summer, prior to the September 6th City Council meeting, we formed a loose 9-member task force to plan our strategy and comments to Council, raise community awareness of the issue, and to promote a Change.org petition, which now has over 3,800 signatures in support of saving the station. The majority of our task force accepts the final conditions that you see today. We hope that all of the hard work that we've done over the past 10 months will pay off as we see the historic Seaboard train station incorporated into a new Turnbridge development. We hope that Raleigh citizens will be reminded of these preservation efforts every time they visit the Seaboard area and learn about our local history. And we hope that future preservation efforts can be more successful at convincing property owners to place buildings on the historic registry or historic landmark list before selling them, so more of our historic buildings are not lost. And I'd also like to thank Turnbridge and Jamie for meeting with us so many times, because we really did meet with them a lot. Would the members of the Save Seaboard Train Station Task Force and anyone else who's here to support us please stand? Thanks. Yeah, we don't have as many people here this time. And we're available for questions if you have any.
Okay, does anybody have any questions for Dana?
Any questions?
Councilman Melton?
Go ahead.
I don't have a question. I was going to say something.
I was going to make the motion, so I'll let you go first.
I need to close the hearing,
Yeah.
so let me do that first. So I will close the hearing. Can you make your motion?
Well, I think Councilman Cox, I'll let him go.
You were getting ready to make a motion. I will call on him in a moment.
All right. Well, I just want to say thank you. Thank you all for your work. Thank you for your dedication on this project. There were some long nights, some long weekends, some long emails, but that's what it takes to get something done, something to move together. And that's what it's about. It's about us working and building together. So I definitely want to thank you for your phone calls, for your emails. As late as yesterday, we continue to talk and have conversation with both sides. So with that said, I move to adopt the proposed consistency statement dated September 20th, 2022, containing the agenda materials, and to approve the zoning amendment with the adoption and effective dates described in the agenda item under recommended action.
Second.
Okay, Councilmember.
And I would just like to add that this is exactly the type of project that I think we need in Raleigh. As we continue to grow and change, it's really important that we preserve a lot of the stuff that makes us unique and special. I think Turnbridge is doing a great job in the projects that you've committed to here already, and this is a leap in that direction as well. And I want to thank the Seaboard group for all of your calls and advocacy and coming to a really good compromise solution after months of community engagement, which is a word that we say a lot from this table, but it really shows in this process. And so I thank you, and I'm happy to second the motion.
Okay, Councilmember Cox, you had a question?
Well, actually, a comment. My perspective is that this station should be saved in its entirety. And the reason is because of the important history that has taken place in this station. And right now what we have is an aspiration to save that building if a third party were to come forward. But no third party has been identified. And in order to make saving the station more certain, I would like to ask the council to make a commitment to accept ownership of this building and also to make a commitment to help to identify a suitable location, even if it's only temporary, for the station. I would like the council to immediately engage a contractor to determine what's necessary to move the station, to determine the cost. I understand that no local contractor that specializes in moving buildings has actually been contacted about this. Yeah, certainly not by the city. And if necessary, I think it's important enough to save the entirety of the station. It's one of the few, if not the only, remaining structure in Raleigh that comes from the era of segregation. And I think having a building, a public building such as this, where school children can go in and understand what it was like in that era, so we do not repeat those mistakes in the future, is extremely important to Raleigh. So unless we can make that commitment today, I cannot vote for this rezoning, because this rezoning is really only aspirational, and I don't really think that preserving the front facade and parts of the side walls is sufficient in going forward.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. I'm going to call for the vote. All in favor? Aye. Opposed?
No.
Okay, that is 6-1, clerk. Before everybody leaves, I've never done this. You all rocked it. All of you. Thank you, thank you, thank you for being reasonable, for working together, for all that you have done. This is my backyard. And I really appreciate the fact that, Jason, you listened, you heard, you acted. And I really appreciate the community coming together in a way that was respectful and reasonable, providing leadership. This is how things get done. And I want to say thank you to all of you. Yes. I'm going to let everybody kind of get up and leave for a moment.
Me and you. Next 4, me and you. What is that? Next 4, me and you. Oh, yeah. The cool part. Your hat. Come on.
Tell me your name. This is Henley. This is the honorary mayor for today.
Bang the gavel for us. Go ahead, don't be shy.
Don't be shy. There's your mom. Do you want to bang the gavel?
Do it.
Come on. There you go.
Let's see it.
Don't be shy.
Go ahead.
Come on. Thank you for being with us today. Thank you. If you can't have some fun, it's not worth doing. Thank you, Henley. Appreciate that. Okay, next we have rezoning Z922, Cabarrus and Davy.
Yes, ma'am. This is just under 5 acres being rezoned from DX4 with a shopfront frontage and DX7 with an urban limited frontage to DX20 with a shopfront frontage and conditions. This is consistent with the comprehensive plan. However, not the future land use map. Planning Commission recommends approval, and RHDC on their second review recommended approval. We had inadvertently included an old memo in your packet initially, and that's been updated. So the most recent recommendation from RHDC is for approval. So rezoning in the area here, largely downtown mixed use to the north, east, and south of the site, and there's some industrial mixed use on the west side of the site. And this is bifurcated by a fair amount of railroad right-of-way. So it's an aerial view of the site. You can see this is the southwestern corner of the Depot Historic District, and this is southwest of Nash Square, just south of us. A couple of views of the site. So this is from Davie Street, and then from in the interior of the site, this is the existing historic building on the site. So they have offered some conditions here. They've prohibited some uses. They have made some specifications about parking deck treatment. And then they have also subjected the existing structure to some standards. The head house will be preserved. The remainder may be removed. The overall form and massing of the head house is to be maintained. And there's not going to be any additional construction above the head house. And then exterior improvements to the head house will be similar materials found in other contributing structures in the district. And then they've made provisions for what if the head house is unintentionally destroyed or there is some calamity. They have said that the entirety of the structure would be documented, and that documentation would be submitted to the city. And then they have also made a provision for a pedestrian access way between West Davie and West Cabarrus, and said that that would be at least 30 feet wide, and that's triggered by a Tier 3 site plan, which, if you'll remember, that's the most robust level of site plan that comes into review for the city. So the head house is outlined here. It's where the chocolate shop is. So that's the part they're keeping. And just a couple of views of the head house, what it looks like currently. And again, a reminder about where that is on the site. So what's going on here? They're increasing the residential density, increasing the number of total units. The office square footage is increasing significantly, and the retail square footage goes up modestly. If this is approved, this would amend our future land use map. So currently this is designated as community mixed use on the future land use map. It envisions a little bit, that particular designation envisions a little bit lower height than the central business district that is already adjacent to the site and present east of the site. Planning Commission does recommend approval, and this is, I got it on the first slide, but not this one, I apologize. RHDC does recommend approval. What questions could I answer for you before you open the public hearing?
Any questions for staff? Okay. No one has signed up in opposition. I'm going to ask the applicant to come up and speak. We'll set it at 8 minutes. Open the hearing.
Thank you, Mayor. Mac Paul, City Council, Mac Paul, Morningstar Law, 421 Fayetteville Street. Just as background, you're all familiar with North Carolina Railroad, created about 150 years ago to promote economic development in the state of North Carolina by operating a corridor from Morehead City all the way to Charlotte, operating freight and passenger rail. More recently, they are taking a more creative, innovative approach with their assets and working with their partner cities like Raleigh to look at how they can better utilize some of their properties, in particular in areas like the Warehouse District, which are the emerging, hotspots of vibrancy for the city, and looked at this particular site as an opportunity to be part of the future of that area of the city and also generate revenue for its core operations with freight and rail. This area, as you know, was transformed by a decision by City Council several years ago to move Raleigh Union Station from an initial location to the north to its current location, which set off a movement to go much denser. So there have been a number of larger projects, rezonings to 40 stories in this immediate vicinity. So there has been that trend recently. I will want to turn this over. We have a presentation from Gensler Lindsay Breitschwart is here. I also want to acknowledge Robert Dobronsky, General Counsel with North Carolina Railroad. We also have Katie Hearn in the audience here. Katie is with Redgate. In this case, I want you to be aware, North Carolina Railroad retained a real estate advisor to help them put a framework in place for them to get a development partner. They don't currently have a development partner, so we have to find that balance of ways to create, commitments for the zoning, but not go too far down the road toward a specific design. In this case, as you heard, we initially went to RHDC because this is in a National Register district and got a negative vote back in February, which led to some brainstorming meetings with planning and RHTC staff and transportation, and ultimately the commitments that you heard about today. I do want to point out that we had several delays in those meetings because of a lack of quorum in June and July. So when we got to the Planning Commission meeting in August, we did not have the benefit of a formal vote from RHDC, which is why we had one negative vote. There were some questions and no one from RHDC there at that meeting. But in the following week, RHDC did formally take a unanimous vote in favor of the case, and in the report says it triggers a number of the consistency of the preservation policies with the city. So that I'd like to turn it over to Lindsay.
Good afternoon. Let me adjust this. I'm Lindsay Breitschwart. I'm an architect with Gensler here in town at 613 Hillsborough Street. One second. Okay, so I'm going to breeze through. We've seen in the introduction much of the content that's here in these first few slides pertaining to the existing context of our site. We have provided some imagery here of the existing site to supplement what you saw previously in case any questions come up, but I'm just going to cruise through these pretty quickly in the interest of time. I want to start by saying our team is excited about the opportunity of revitalizing this area within the district of downtown Raleigh. And as we pulled together this package of the concept for redevelopment, we really identified three primary goals. So densification of the site, activation within this district of downtown, and also the third being looking for preservation opportunities due to the historic nature of the depot structure. We studied building forms. This is our more developed concept site plan that you see on the screen now. And we really studied building forms that worked with the geometries of this triangular nature of the site. So you can see that we have basically created an open public connection which spans north-south between Davie and Cabarrus Street to serve as both a pedestrian thoroughfare and also a retail destination within the district. The volume on the west, closest to the railroad, represents a combination of office and retail use, and the volume on the east represents structured parking, residential, and retail. And you can see the head house, which we saw in the prior exhibit here to the north of that portion of the site. In terms of, other, I think, important things to mention with the site strategy, currently you traverse around a planted median and go into this parking area on the site. But with this concept, we felt it was really important to open this public connection in a way to create an iconic entry displaying the head house as visitors then traverse through the site and visit some of this activated retail. The slide you see here represents some themes of buildings and materiality precedents that we find important. So from a materiality standpoint, identifying opportunities to use complementary materials to the historic nature of the surrounding context and materials which are respectful and used as strategic accents with any of the new construction. I'd also say, nearly as important as materiality is the scale of the built development in this area of the context. So one reason which we chose to have this grounded retail anchoring both of the new buildings is to really bring that scale down to the pedestrian level as the head house is for those who are traversing through the site and visiting the site. Lastly, on the site planning of that open public connection in general, I would just say that we view that as both a commodity for outdoor seating to the retail which anchors these buildings, but also really view that as an opportunity to introduce parklets and an interesting landscaping vignettes through the site to really create a destination within the local community of this area. Thank you.
Do we have any questions? Councilmember Melton and then Branch.
No, I don't have any questions. I just think it's worth repeating. Thank you for preserving the head house. And I know it's an historical structure and it's really important to this area, and everything else, the intentionality and design and the way it works with the pedestrians. I think this looks fantastic. And so I appreciate it. And I hope that these two cases can set an example in the city.
Thank you.
Councilmember Branch.
Thank you for your work and everything you're doing. I just ask that as you all move further along in this, and I understand the North Carolina Rail Company and their main objective, but if there's any residential, look at affordability. Please, we really need to make sure that we maintain a downtown that's affordable.
You could consider micro units as a way of affordability or making it more affordable. I know that there's some financial, you got to make the numbers work.
Right.
That might be one way of doing that.
Thank you.
So, Councilmember Cox.
Yes, I read the RHDC report, and I want to note that it states in their report that they evaluated this in terms of the city's historic preservation policies that are in the comprehensive plan. And as they stated, they voted to support the rezoning request because it's largely consistent, although they noted that there were some other inconsistencies. But we've been also receiving emails from people, not necessarily with RHDC, but people from elsewhere in the city. And I'm finding an increasing number of citizens who are concerned that Raleigh is quickly losing its history to development. Even some members of the RHDC have privately expressed this concern to me, but feel that their hands are tied by the city's current policy. One citizen has pointed out to me that other cities have historic preservation commissions, while Raleigh has a historic development commission, and that the city's policies encourage development rather than emphasizing preservation. I personally think that Raleigh needs to revise its historic preservation policies and rename and refocus the Historic Development Commission to focus more on preservation rather than development. That currently exacerbates the loss of the city's local history. We're losing 90% of this depot. There's no question about that. And the only thing that's being preserved is the head house. And personally, I don't think that's in the public interest. I think more could be done, and more could have been done in the conditions to preserve more of the depot. And I'll tell you, for that reason, I'm going to vote against this rezoning request.
Okay.
Okay, any other questions? Thank you so much. Anything additional, Mr. Paul? Okay. I am then going to close the hearing. Do we have a motion? Councilmember Fort?
Yes, first I'd like to thank both parties for working together to coming up with a good outcome. And I did see Mr. Williams in here. I don't know if he's still here or not, but thank you for the work with the Raleigh Historic District Commission as well. It's my motion to approve. I move to adopt the proposed consistency statement dated September 20th, 2022, containing the agenda materials, and to approve the zoning amendment with the adoption and effective dates described in the agenda item under recommended action. This approval is also deemed an amendment to the future land use map to the extent described in the adopted consistency statement.
Do we have a second? Second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? 6-1. I want to thank all of you for the good job here. I am so excited because I feel that this site has been underutilized for so many years, and the ability to have something more dense and next to Raleigh Union Station, that was the whole intent when we moved Raleigh Union Station to its new site, that we have places where people could walk, take the train, whatnot. So thank you. We look forward to seeing what's next.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next we have rezoning Z1122 Buck Jones Road.
Yes, ma'am. This case has not changed since you opened the public hearing 2 weeks ago, and the applicant has asked for deferral to October 18th to allow additional conversation with the neighborhood.
Okay, is the applicant here?
Molly Stewart, Morningstar Law Group. Just confirming what you heard from Bynum, we have requested deferral. We are working through trying to get to an additional level of design, so we don't have anything to present at this point. Thank you.
Okay, have you been working then with the neighborhood?
Not yet. We were asked to revisit not only the neighborhood request but the existing zoning. So really, we're back looking at engineering questions at this point. We don't have anything yet to bring forward, but that is certainly the intent.
Okay, well, the hearing will remain open. We're looking for a deferral, what, for 2 weeks or 4?
For until
4
October
weeks?
18th, yes.
Okay, so that would be October
18th. Thank you.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, there are some folks from the community here.
I was just asking Shelby if she wanted to come up.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council members. Again, there are no conditions that we've received to review. We have reached out, said that we are willing to have discussions and review items. We've sent them again, some of the conditions, and the neighbors have even come up with other things to see what might make it reasonable. Obviously, with the scale and protection of the environment, you know, being more in line with the comprehensive plan, section 5, with the scale. I do have some pictures that I brought just because there were some questions and it is hard to see the...
You can give those to the clerk and she will distribute them. Thank you.
But there was some question about the private lake, but you can't see that sort of from the outside. So some of the neighbors who are owners of the lake and live there provided some pictures. You can also see the stream and the washout that we already have there. You can kind of see the scale. The slope. It's very hard to see right now because of the tree cover and all the greenery. But we do hope that the applicant is willing to work with us, but I'm not sure since we haven't seen anything at this point and they haven't opened up discussions. But the neighbors, you know, have been meeting and talking. I also want to thank Councilmember Fort for her continued support and checking and working with us, and Councilmember Melton, who did come out, toured the property and had a conversation. And it is very important to come out and see our neighborhood, see that, you know, this isn't really just a NIMBY situation. We're very accepting and welcoming, and we're just trying to protect our community. So thank you.
This will be continued until October 18th. So thank you for being here today. And thank you for giving your daughters a civics lesson. Okay, this is rezoning case Z1222 at Dawson and Martin.
Yes, ma'am. This is another new public hearing for today. This is property at the southeast corner of Martin and Dawson, just on the south side of Nash Square. This is just over 4 acres. It's just under an acre. Are you going to pull up the slides for me for 12? Thanks. I'm looking at my slides, and your slides are not matching. It's messing me up. So this is just under an acre. It's going from DX20 with a shopfront frontage to DX40 with a shopfront frontage. It is consistent with the comprehensive plan. Planning Commission recommends approval. RHDC recommends approval by a split vote. So here we are on the south side of Nash. Most of this site is currently undeveloped. And you can see we're outside the depot district here for the most part. the Berkeley Cafe, which is part of the site, is in the district. And here's a reminder of how that works. So they've prohibited some uses here. They have required documentation of the existing structure, which is the location of the Berkeley Cafe. They've specified materials for the first story of any new structure. They've prohibited solid roll-down security gates on Dawson and Martin. They have specified articulation of features of building stepbacks. They've made some provisions around parking deck screening and lighting, and they have also made a provision to include public art in the project. So the residential entitlement goes up here significantly, as does the office and retail. Retail is pretty flat because the square footage here isn't really changing. I do believe this is intended for use as a hotel. It is consistent with the comprehensive plan overall. The inconsistency here is related to impacts to historic structures, which is the Berkeley, which is the existing structure on the site. Again, Planning Commission recommends approval, and the Historic Development Commission does as well by a split vote. What questions could I answer for you before you open the public hearing?
Councilmember Fort.
So with the split vote with the Historic Commission, was that about the cafe or was it some other issue?
I think it's about, so they've offered documentation of the site. I think there were some folks who would have liked to have seen more from the applicant in terms of preservation of the existing Berkeley Cafe structure.
Thank you.
So just to confirm, the Berkeley Cafe structure is part of this rezoning?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so they own both of those.
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay. There are two folks here to speak in opposition. I'm going to open the hearing. Molly Stewart is here to speak on behalf of the applicant.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'll just wait for my slides to come up. So the site, the request there in gray, Z12 on the south side of Nash Square. This is well situated within a series of recent rezonings in the area, as you see here. Additionally, I've also highlighted the municipal building site, the subject of its own current planning efforts. And to kind of reflect what is currently the zoning around this site, we have many 40-story zonings in this area in all directions from this site, which is outlined in green, again, just south of Nash Square. The site is currently zoned for 20 stories. And so, when the question regarding the Berkeley Cafe came up, what we knew then was that that this site could be developed today as is, and the only difference that we're requesting is to change that entitlement from 20 to 40. So any we considered the possibility of excluding that parcel, but all that would have done would have been to reduce the uses that are possible in this site. Again, surrounded by 40-story zoning, very close to Raleigh Union Station and the site of Russ Bus as well. And we are available for any questions. Thank you.
Councilmember Melton?
Yeah, I have a couple questions. Very familiar with this site. We can walk out the front door and look at it. The Berkeley Cafe, I have had folks reach out to me concerned about protecting that building. And I understand right now it's not included for protection. Was this site previously rezoned and the Berkeley was just not included, or has it always just been a build by right situation over there?
So the two parcels have the same zoning today, and they're both kind of by right 20 stories.
Okay. And that Berkeley building is really just tucked by itself in that little corner. Is there any appetite for including some sort of incorporating the structure or preserving the structure or something?
Yeah, we looked at that. One issue with this site is access is very tricky. We've got, Dawson has its own restrictions, Martin as well. We wanted to make sure that, we weren't sure we were able to fully preserve that building, which is why we provided the documentation condition, as well as responded to several of the other comments from RHDC regarding certain architectural features that they felt would be protective as well.
And owners of the Berkeley site who had it before that has never sought any historic designation on it. This is a theme we have going on with this meeting today with the cases we've had in a row. Okay. And this came up with RHDC and they voted 7-2.
Correct.
All right. That's all I have.
Councilmember Branch and then Knight.
Yeah, my one question was the property, I say south of it, based on the map, that's 40 stories. Does the same owner own that as well?
No.
Councilmember Knight.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just looking at number 6, your condition number 6. Can you give a little more detail about your plans for the parking deck? It does look like it's going to be internalized. Do you have a feel yet for how many levels you're going to need? And I do appreciate the facade covering and also the as little illumination as possible.
Sure, and I'll note that we do have the text change coming in as well as far as structured parking is concerned. So we'll have layers of protections around that. We don't have a plan for the site yet, so we don't necessarily have an understanding of the parking that will be needed or necessarily the use that will be proposed.
But it will not be on the first floor, correct?
There's no design at this stage. But it would certainly, anything remotely requiring this height request would certainly need structured parking.
But there's plans for retail on the first floor, or not yet?
So we have the shopfront frontage, which really makes that the default, especially on the Martin Street side.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, maybe, I don't know if Ms. Walter, did you want to add something to that? Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Melton.
I was just going to clarify that we're taking up this change to parking structures today's meeting too. And so if that's approved today, then y'all are going to be bound by the new parking structure requirements when you submit a site plan. Is that right?
Absolutely, right.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, I am going to ask Alex Little and Lisa Lewis, who are here to speak against this. Please come up to the podium.
Lisa's not here, but I am here. So thank you for the opportunity to talk to you. My name's Alex Little. I'm one of the owners of the Berkeley Cafe. And I'd like to urge you to vote against the rezoning of the 217 West Martin Street parcel that's on the side of that. This is the old Martin Street building. It's housed a cafe restaurant for about 100 years here in Raleigh. It was first the Atkins Hotel and Cafe, then the Carolina Hotel, the Hollywood Hotel, and then most recently the Berkeley Cafe has leased the building for about 40 years. It was renovated in 2014 and I've owned it for over 7, including through COVID. The building was owned by a family until a few years ago when a real estate development company out of Madison, Wisconsin, quietly bought it. They were going to build a hotel on it, and they were going to let us stay. They've been our landlord. They've been a fair, decent landlord. We have no issues with them. They've been great until now. Now this land sale is contingent on this rezoning. It's being sold to a development company in New York, and they are basically trying to make it more valuable. And we've been told to move out by November 30th because we're inconvenient. They want to use it for storage. And it's very frustrating here. What do real estate developers in Madison or in New York City know about living in Raleigh? They don't live here. They don't even want to visit here, but they just want to come and make money off of us and tear down our historic buildings. And it's frustrating to spend years building a business just to have this out-of-town money come in and buy up our properties and then just run our small businesses out. We've tried to be a good member of the community. We're part of Raleigh, and the people of Raleigh are getting really tired of our older institutions being torn down, as was mentioned earlier. And I think it's just really frustrating for us. And all I'd like to say is I'd encourage you all to stop by the Berkeley for lunch one day, come have a sandwich, salad, or a bowl of soup. You'll see Raleigh in there. Or drop by after work for a cold beer and talk with some of the regulars that come by after work. And you'll find out that we're really a piece of the community, a piece that people love and depend on. Talk to those people, and we mean a lot more to the city than just an inconvenience to a New York company who's never met us. We've just had a phone conversation with them, and we're part of actually what makes a city great. And when we're gone, a piece of the communities are gone. So I really urge you to vote against the 217 West Martin Street rezoning parcel. Thank you for your time, and I hope you will come by and see us and come see what we're doing there. We're really a part of the community, and thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Do we have any questions for Councilmember Branch?
First of all, I want to say thank you. Thank you for your service and everything that you all have offered to the community. But I have a question kind of for our city attorney. Even denying, say this case is denied, does that still keep them there? Like,
I think it would depend on what their lease said. I don't have the
Right.
provisions on it. If the landlord would have to follow the lease, or if it may have a provision that allows that. I don't know how much notice they have to give to terminate it. So,
could we ask, what is your lease?
Our lease is expiring, and we have been asking for years to extend it, and they would never extend it. And so we're caught kind of in that position. I guess if you don't own your property in this town, you have no rights at all.
Councilmember Melton, and then Fort.
Yeah, it's kind of, I hear you. It's two separate issues almost, though, because we have the structure itself, the building, which we could attempt to negotiate preservation conditions on, or it sounds like if we deny this case, they could knock it down and build 20 stories there. So quite frankly, trying to find some way forward in this rezoning process to have the building incorporated or preserved is probably the only way to save it. But that is separate and apart from, the new owners doing what they're choosing to do with their lease or not. And so I'm really sorry to you, because I don't think there's much we can do to help you on that piece of it. But from preserving the building piece is where we have, I think, a little flexibility with the conditions. And I hear you. I mean, I've talked several times today about preserving our history while we're growing. And so I do have concerns with this one about the cafe building. I understand that if we deny it and it's zoned for 20 stories, they can knock it down and build 20 stories. But if we have an opportunity to do any sort of incorporating the structure, preserving the structure, that would be my preference. That doesn't solve your situation, sir, and I'm sorry for that. But maybe if they agree to preserve it, they'll want to keep an existing long-term tenant.
The original development plan, when it was going to be a hotel, was to build on just the vacant part of the lot, what's considered the Dawson Street parcel. And then they purchased our building and then added it for this rezoning because it's part of the flip to sell it to the next company. And so there's no longer a plan for a hotel there. It's, as far as I know, it's to be some sort of housing, but they won't say exactly what. They may not know.
Mm-hmm. One option is to hold this and encourage some continued dialogue. So that could be what we do. But Councilmember Fort?
Yes, I want to say I had my first and only Reuben at your shop probably about 2 years ago.
Did you enjoy it?
I did, but I don't like rye bread, so you did it on wheat for me, and it was really good.
Okay, good.
And, I heard you say initially when the hotel was coming, they had agreed to leave you in place. Is that correct?
Well, there was nothing written, but we had a number of conversations, and they talked about how nice it would be to have a little local place next door to the hotel so they could confidently tell guests, hey, you can go next door And, you know, you can get away from the hotel, but you can go next door and it's someplace they would trust. They knew, you know, they knew we were going to take care of them. And it wasn't, you know, so those were the kind of conversations we had at the beginning when it was going to be a hotel.
Okay.
And as you know, I mean, COVID derailed everything. They had their plans filed and approved and everything at that point. And I feel for them, you know, it's tough. But on the other hand, I also feel like they're just coming in and they don't really know anything about Raleigh or don't care anything about Raleigh. They just found it on a map and they're going to move on to Boise or Tulsa or wherever projects they've got going. And they don't care at all about us. And that's what's frustrating to me is my business is sort of one of the victims of this. And that's why I'm pleading for something.
Well, we can delay action on this, but that's not going to help you in your circumstance, because even if they preserve the building without, what I'm trying to get to is, what does your lease say? And you're saying your lease is expiring.
It is, yes.
So they could.
So we have no rights.
So you have. So.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, thank you for your time.
Can we hear from Ms. Stewart again about?
Yeah, I have a couple of questions for her. So, Molly, if you could come up. So one of my questions has to do with what is planned there. We've heard about a hotel. What is the applicant or owner thinking?
I have just reconfirmed that there is not a current plan. There was a plan for a hotel at the 20-story height, but at this point there is not a plan.
So what is their plan? Are they looking at housing? What are they looking at?
We just heard from the tenant that there is likely a plan to sell, and so we don't have information about that.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Sorry. There isn't information about that today. We don't have a plan today. So unfortunately, it's not something that we're able to address. There is not a development plan. There was a plan for a hotel at the 20 stories, but that is no longer kind of the plan.
Is there any willingness to have further conversations about potential preservation of part of this building?
So we have had those conversations. We had many of those conversations early on in this process. What we have heard today and early on in the process, and not for a long time since, is that there is discomfort with losing a beloved restaurant. There is discomfort with the general pace of change in the city. We actually haven't heard opposition to the request based on the building itself, based on preserving that building. As you saw, the RHDC voted for this to be approved, and so that just hasn't really been an issue that has caused opposition here, other than, sort of, like I said, that general discomfort. And so we haven't heard that request. We haven't heard that would actually even address the issue.
Councilmember Melton?
Yeah, this is a tough one, and I want to be careful with my words because I don't want to diminish the gentleman's concerns about his establishment that I know is really an institution in the city, and the lease, because we can't do anything about that. But we can make decisions at this table that could affect the future of the structure itself, that brick building that's been there for 100 years. My feeling is this is a large site. That structure is in the very corner of one piece of it. The site's mostly empty except for that structure. It's a parking lot and now some grass because they were ready to build a hotel, then COVID hit and they stopped. And I would like to see a commitment to preserving or incorporating the Berkeley cafe structure. That will not help with the business that is in there now, and I'm sorry for that. But the building itself, I think needs to be included in some way, and I'd be willing to hold this for 2 weeks to see if we can get something moving on that. But
That's going to be my recommendation, is that we hold this. Councilmember Buffkin?
So, Ms. Stewart, want to see what we can do in the next 2 weeks to help out the Berkeley Cafe. I love the place too. I have a shut up and eat it, and occasionally a cold beer. Love going there, and have been since it was, Sadlax, before Sadlax moved over. So good to see you. Thanks for coming. We've done this mostly in the residential setting, with respect to naturally occurring affordable housing. Conditions for rezoning have spoken to notice to the tenants. I hear you saying there's no immediate development plans. Knowing what I know about the development process, you aren't going to be turning dirt for at least 18, maybe 24 months, and that's moving pretty quick. That might be valuable time for this business to make plans to go somewhere else if that's what they need to do. So if we're going to hold this for 2 weeks, I'd really like to see if you can have some of those conversations, get the Berkeley a little more time, and see if we can work something out, and also allow for redevelopment of the parcel, which it fits in our downtown core very nicely. And absent this issue, I'd be ready to vote for this case today.
So, based on what I'm hearing, we will hold this for 2 weeks to give you an opportunity to talk more with with the applicant to see what they're willing to do. I think part of what you heard today is, hey, is there anything that can be done to preserve the building? And also, while they're figuring things out, could they extend a lease to the Berkeley and give them some time to think about their future and what they're going to do? Because I think probably, Jason used this term memory of place, and that was also a term that our former planning director, Mitchell Silver, used quite a bit. And it is about memory of place. And you heard people talking today about what they've eaten there, what they've experienced there. I think asking them to move in 2 months kind of feels cold. So there might be some consideration in that regard as well. So we will hold this open, and it'll come back in 2 weeks.
I just want to make sure I understand the request. I mean, this tenant has known for a long time about the termination date of the lease. It wasn't a notice issue, but the request is to actually extend the lease term.
I think what sounds cold is get out by November, and nothing is going to be developed there. I think that's what Councilmember Buffkin was saying. Nothing's going to be developed there immediately. So is there a way to show some consideration to the Berkeley in the meantime?
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Molly gets to come back up again on this one. Z1422 Glenwood Avenue.
Yes, ma'am. This is a request to rezone just under an acre from a mixture of districts here. You have partial DX3 with shop front, partial office mixed use 3 with detached frontage and an NCOD, the whole kit and caboodle rezoned to DX20 with shop front and conditions. This is consistent with the comprehensive plan, and the Planning Commission does recommend approval. You can see here we're on the west side of Glenwood Avenue, south of Jones and north of Willard Place. All the lots have frontage on Glenwood. And then the portion that's zoned OX3DE with the NCOD is a portion of part of a lot that's split zoned. So here's a look at that. So you can see that one parcel in the middle there has kind of a appendage there at the back. Here's a view from Jones and Glenwood. They have limited building height on the portion of the property that currently has the NCOD on it. They are removing the NCOD, but holding some height limit there on that portion of the property. And then they have required public art installation with future development. So residential density is going up here. The maximum number of units is going up. Office is going up significantly. Retail is going up proportionally not as much as office. This is consistent with the comprehensive plan overall. Infill compatibility and protecting neighborhood identity both flagged here, largely because of the removal of the NCOD. And Planning Commission recommends approval. What questions could I answer for you before you hear from the applicant and open the public hearing?
Councilmember Branch?
This part of Glenwood is tight from a road standpoint, so I was just wondering what traffic or road improvements would be required.
That is a great question for Raleigh Transportation. I'm going to ask, I think Ann Conlon's on duty this afternoon.
And you thought you were going to have an easy meeting.
You surprised me with that one. Ann Conlon, Department of Transportation. So I'm trying to quickly make sure I don't misspeak about how the code would apply here. Inside the Christmas plan, as we call it, there aren't requirements to dedicate right-of-way, and I don't think this is outside of there. Thank you, Bynum. So our typical frontage requirements would apply to the site. In terms of, well, so that's my immediate answer, but maybe is there more that you're looking forward to understand there?
Yeah, I mean, I know Jones Street and it's right, this abuts directly a different, zoning, OX and RX mixed use. So normally when we downtown DX 20, I get it because DX is all the way around it, but this abuts a different zoning, being right on the edge. And I know Glenwood from this area, when you come across and even you try to make that turn off of Hillsborough Street, that block right in there is tight. So I just didn't know what improvements will be required with it being right there, that intersection as well of Jones Street.
Yeah, I think we would evaluate it when the site plan came in. We would look at the planned uses and make a determination, and a TIA very well could be required at that point.
Okay.
And we'd look at that intersection. So I can't say exactly right now what would be required.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Fort?
I have a question for Bynum, actually. So I noticed one person voted against it at the Planning Commission. Do you know what the issues were?
It's about the NCOD. We have a very reliable Planning Commission member who is very uncomfortable with removing any portion of an NCOD without a larger citywide conversation about NCODs.
Who was that?
That's Ms. Bennett.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, I'm going to open the hearing. We have one person here to speak in opposition. We'll start with the applicant.
Thank you. Molly Stewart, Morningstar Law Group.
Could we have 8 minutes, please? Thank you.
Thank you. To put it mildly, Glenwood South is in a dynamic part of town. This is where many different uses and trends and building patterns come together. A block north, you see the trend is for 40-story zoning. That's also true to the northeast and to the east and to the southeast. And then to the southwest, you see some 20-story requests as well. In keeping with that, this applicant has taken on a rather difficult role of knitting together that 40-story trend with what exists to the west of it. And so coming in with this 20-story request, we feel begins that step down and also through our zoning conditions, restricting that rear of the site, the small portion that was within the NCOD, to 12 stories, even further assists in that rather dramatic step down between the 40 stories on the other side of Glenwood to the 7 that you see behind. And so really taking on that role here. I believe that is... until today, we hadn't, we still haven't heard any opposition to this request. I understand we do have a speaker in opposition, so I'd like to reserve the remainder of our time to respond.
Is there a photograph of what's there now?
We don't have that, no.
What is there now?
Yeah. So,
Yeah, Bynum.
I had a photograph in my presentation. We can pull that back up. It's slide 3. It's a couple of single-family scale structures. I believe they're all operated as commercial uses right now. Here we go.
Okay, thank you.
So there are 4 lots, and I think you can just barely see that 4th structure behind the street trees here. I don't know if you can see where I'm pointing back there.
Yep. Thank you. Molly, if you come back up. Again, what are the plans? Do we have any intention, plan?
again, no known plan here.
Okay, who's the...
The applicant is the owner, Tuscany Construction.
Who is who?
Shervin Tosley is with us here today, if you did want to hear from him.
Yes, please.
Shervin Cecilia, Tuscany Construction Group. We own the 4 pieces of the real estate, and I appreciate your time. Thank you for helping us with the case, and I'll be more than happy to answer any questions that I may know the answer.
What are your development plans at this point in time?
We don't have any specific plans in place. We have been approached by a couple. It's not on the market. It's not going to be on the market. We're not planning on doing anything. We just wanted to go through the rezoning. But we have been approached by a group for a hotel and a multifamily. But again, these are all just basic talks. There are no commitments. There are no LOIs. There are no contracts. There are no agreements of any kind.
Okay. Any questions for the applicant? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So it's 6:23. All right.
I just need to correct myself. It was not Commissioner Bennett. It was Commissioner Raines.
Commissioner who?
Commissioner Raines, Dean Raines.
Okay.
And I was just going to look up, it'll say in the Planning Commission certified recommendation what the objection was. I was just going to look that up for you. Did you already look it up? It was the same issue, just a different commissioner.
Okay. Thank you very much. All right. We had Chad Wilkins sign up in opposition.
Good afternoon, Mayor Baldwin and members of council. I actually was at the Planning Commission and did voice my opposition to this back at the original meeting. But I currently live at 919 West South Street. I used to live in Glenwood South for 12 years prior to that. And I'm here to address the redevelopment plans that we are talking about right now on the west side of Glenwood. And guess what? It's about historic preservation, because that's what we're doing today. I did submit some written comments to Stormy Daniels and then later to the council as a whole, but I would just kind of summarize what I'd said there. This is the reason why I do not support redevelopment of the west side of Glenwood as previously presented. Let me just paraphrase some of my concerns. The foremost issue is that with this proposal, the scale of the building is just too high. At 20 stories, this location is incongruent with the neighborhood buildings, and it dwarfs the 1 to 2 story historic homes and businesses that make up the majority of Glenwood South now. The current zoning for this neighborhood is intended to create a step down between the more urban area east of Glenwood Avenue and to Cameron Park to the west. This tapering effect still allows residents and business owners to still feel part of a more cohesive open space community. By allowing a much larger building on the west side of Glenwood, you lose the tapering effect and open the door for much larger buildings throughout the neighborhood. We're only talking about basically 2 blocks between Glenwood and St. Mary's, so it's a really short distance to get a transition. I see that developers are offering some small consolations, like the 12-story that borders on the backside, which is a very small part of the property, and then also an art installation, but that doesn't really address the bigger picture of a 20-story building right there on Glenwood that backs up to Glenwood South. I think that a better solution would be a 7 to 10-story building, and it would better mesh with the current neighborhood zoning that's in place. This is basically my primary concern and the reason I feel the rezoning should be denied. My second concern is that this is just going to create a domino effect for the whole neighborhood. Right now, a 20-story building bordering the more residential side of Glenwood South opens the door for taller developments between Glenwood and St. Mary's. There are already a number of rezoning requests, which we know about, and they're in various stages of progress, and they're going to be anywhere from 7 stories and higher. One of these requests has already passed through the council a month or so ago. And I guess my issue is this ad hoc approach to granting zoning variances will place much larger buildings alongside these 1 to 2 story historic homes. And it will not only look bad aesthetically, but it'll feel very claustrophobic. These piecemeal variances will effectively replace an eclectic, approachable neighborhood that it has a pretty good balance of business, residents, and rentals, with one that is incongruent, disjointed, and poorly designed. We still have a chance to embrace and reimagine the makeup of Glenwood South, to continue to make it a great place to live and create a unique destination for future future Raleigh visitors. The second reason why I am opposed to this is just the domino effect of having all these additional larger buildings within a much smaller residential neighborhood. But if the council still chooses to move forward with this proposal and ignore the already established zoning plan for this neighborhood, I would respectfully request that the city further study this area with the possibility of rezoning the entire neighborhood as a whole. It will save everyone a lot of time and a lot of money, and in the long run, will provide a predictable plan for residents and developers alike. We don't want to do something now that will inevitably end up a missed opportunity for Raleigh to create something memorable and for residents and visitors alike. Thank you for your time, and I'll take any questions.
Do we have any questions? Okay, thank you. Okay, well, yes, if there's any, we're at 6:23.
Thank you. I'd like to begin by apologizing if I misinterpreted your previous comments as being rather more specific, but we do hear this message loud and clear. We heard a concern that that piecemeal zoning variances are being granted, and that the request isn't consistent with the zoning plan for the neighborhood. So I did just want to note it is a challenging location for sure. As you saw in my slides, there is a sharp drop-off to be made at this location, and we are attempting to offer that here in a request that is consistent with the future land use map, with the urban form map, and with the comprehensive plan overall. So certainly that planning work has been done. This request is consistent with that. I would like to, is it possible to get my slides back up? How do I? Oh, okay. So this is where that cutoff happens, and this is the challenge that we're seeking to address with this request by bringing it down from the 40 stories to the 20 right along Glenwood, and then to 12 at the rear. This is a map I know you've seen many times. This shows where that step down has been planned to happen under the comprehensive plan, and along Glenwood, it's a little bit hard to find here, but right here is where the step down happens on that rear portion of the site. And so we are not only attempting to do that step down on the rear portion of the site at the 12 stories, but also with the 20 stories stepping down from what is to the rezonings to the east of this site. Thank you.
Councilmember Fort, do you have a question?
I did kind of. How likely is it that you're going to build 40 stories? 20.
Great question. As you heard from the owner, there isn't a plan. Whether a plan would come in at exactly that 20 stories, I think we typically don't see that, but we don't know today.
Councilmember Melton?
So just so I understand, the conditions are so the back part of the site are 12, and then just the front would. It looks pretty narrow. They're gonna be able to do that.
It will be a challenging site.
But it sounds like it's more likely that the whole thing's probably gonna end up somewhere around 12.
That is entirely possible, for sure.
So this block is interesting. If you walk down Glenwood, it almost feels out of place now because the rest of Glenwood South is developed, hotels, multi-story, multifamily, with a big project coming with the creamery. And so this one block now that just has these 3 older houses that are actually businesses, it feels like it's almost from another time. So I mean, it is going to change. And I think, it sounds like y'all have been mindful of going from the 40 in the north to the 40 in the south to something in between. And if you're conditioning the back part to 12, I don't know how you're going to get 20 on the front part because it looks pretty thin, but the back part of that site is going to be 12 stories.
Certainly no more than 12 stories. Right.
Okay. All right.
Any other questions? Okay, I'm going to close the hearing.
It's my motion to approve. I move to adopt the proposed consistency statement dated September 20th, 2022, containing the agenda materials, and to approve the zoning amendment with the adoption and effective dates described in the agenda item under recommended action.
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Melton. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? That's 6-1, clerk. Thank you. Next, we have TC 522, roadway construction, nonconformities, and signage. No one has signed up to speak in support or opposition.
Good afternoon again, Mayor and Council. This is TC5. It's a text change related to roadway construction, nonconformities, and signage. Just a little bit of background. This is a text change really aimed at addressing what occurs when the city implements capital improvement projects, where we're often taking right-of-way and associated easements in association with those projects. Obviously, when the city's acquiring property, we're required to pay for it, land and improvements included. And there are some existing code provisions today that may prohibit the resumption of certain elements that exist at the time when the city takes these rights-of-way and easements, which have the potential to drive up that compensation and in turn the total project costs. It's just a brief summary of the existing regulatory framework. Temporary signage of all kind is prohibited within the public right-of-way. There is a provision that permits properties to, or allows properties to not become non-conforming when the city acquires right-of-way. However, that protection does not extend to those associated easements. Often we're taking easements in addition to the right-of-way for things like slope, temporary construction, etc. And then there is no explicit allowance for the resumption of non-conforming site elements if they're removed. When we're talking about non-conforming site elements, we're typically talking about things like signage, fences, landscaping, those sort of improvements. So what's being proposed would be to allow government-owned temporary signage in the right-of-way, still prohibit private temporary signage. Add that easement acquisition in addition to right-of-way acquisition would not render a property or improvement non-conforming, and then finally allow the resumption of an improvement so long as the property owner has not been compensated for it and they do so within 180 days of the project completion. It would allow them to replace those improvements. Just again, an example here of a sign that may be too tall or a sign type that's not allowed in the zoning district. If the city comes and takes right-of-way adjacent to that sign that requires it to be removed, this provision would allow it to be placed back within 6 months after the completion of the project. So that is the totality of this text change. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Do we have any questions? Councilmember Knight?
Could you just give us a little background on what caused or created the issue to bring this text change before us?
Yeah, I think it's the three items really talking about there is no allowance for government-owned temporary signage. So when the city's performing roadway projects and we want to provide directional signage or signage that says a business is still open, we don't have the ability to do that today. We don't have the ability to, property owners don't have the ability to keep existing things that may need to be moved if it's outside of the right-of-way. So often we'll take a set amount of right-of-way, but adjacent to that right-of-way, there'll be a slope easement or a construction easement. And the stuff that's within the right-of-way is protected, but that does not extend to those adjacent easements. So this would just extend that allowance slightly further. And then finally, it would just allow folks to put things back so long as they do it within the specified time frame.
Thank you.
It's administrative, cleaning things up. Okay, I'm going to open the hearing. No one, as I said, is here to speak in support or opposition. I'm closing the hearing. Do we have a motion?
Move for approval.
Second? Do we have a second? Councilmember Fort, all in favor? Aye. Clerk, that passes unanimously. Thank you. Next, we have TC 221, parking structure, screening, and lighting.
Okay, so TC 221, as it relates to parking, structure, screening, and lighting, probably the most impactful from a policy perspective of the text changes on your agenda today. As a bit of background, obviously there have been many parking structures erected since the UDO was adopted in 2013, both in urban and suburban contexts. Council received a report last year about some perceived issues as they relate to screening of decks, aesthetic concerns, and lighting spillage as well. And so what this text change aims to do is really twofold. One, it would citywide establish some minimum screening and lighting standards for parking structures, and two, create an allowance for a design alternate process for certain strategies that might not be able to met through the objective standards of the code, but may be appropriate through a case-by-case review by the Appearance Commission or the Planning Commission. So there are some limited standards in the code today. However, they only apply to sites zoned with urban frontages. Those include a requirement that the ground story have active uses. There's a screening requirement for parked vehicles and sloped ramps on upper stories, and then some continuity requirements for facade treatments and rhythm from the ground stories upward. But again, only applying in sites zoned with an urban frontage. And so what would be proposed citywide, any facade that faces towards and is located within 150 feet of a public street, of an off-site public park or an off-site amenity area, or a residential district or use would have to have screening applied to it. Further, in an urban context, site zone DX or with shop front or urban general frontage, that would require all sides of the deck to be screened regardless. So mesh and perforated metal screening is a common screening element that's used today. It has both pros and cons. It does allow natural light, which reduces energy costs and provides ventilation. It is relatively cost effective. However, it is not necessarily aesthetically pleasing always, and does allow for light spillage at night. This type of screening is retained in the ordinance as an allowable method with a maximum opening of 40%. There's also an allowance for existing or on-site buildings, walls, and walls, solid fences that are within 30 feet of the structure. These could serve as screening elements for as tall as they are. Outside of the urban areas, outside of DX, shop front, urban general frontage, and TOD, there is allowance for any proposed screening elements to have a maximum of 18-inch lateral spacing. That's kind of illustrated in the image here. In this diagram, this graphic just shows again the kind of the 18-inch lateral spacing. It shows the 18-inch maximum placement of the screening from the face of the structure, and then the minimum 42-inch tall wall requirements to help with light spillage from car headlights. There are lighting regulations in addition to the screening requirements that would require recessed and shielded light fixtures. It would require those fixtures, if they're visible from outside the deck, to be directed upwards. There are requirements for maximum height on the rooftop. I believe that's 12 feet, and setbacks of at least 15 feet from the perimeter of the rooftop areas. And then finally, a maximum foot candle requirement at adjacent property lines of 0.5 foot candles. The second part then is the design alternate process, recognizing that screening elements like green walls, public art can be highly effective. They're also somewhat difficult to provide objective code standards for, so we did include them as part of the ordinance, but it is an option for someone that would want to go through to use one of these elements, but it would be as part of a design alternate through Appearance Commission review. Similarly, a lighting alternate was created as well, things like decorative lighting or motion sensor lighting. Hard to provide objective code standards for, but could be used through the design alternate process. Just want to point out some potential impacts. Obviously, these changes are intended to increase screening, reduce visual impacts. Particularly in the urban areas, the requirement for full screening does have the potential to, with the closed nature of the structures due to the screening, require potentially mechanical ventilation and fire suppression, which could increase construction costs. So in sum, staff considered many factors in crafting these regulations, really focused on enforceability, feasibility, and flexibility. We are committed long-term to continue to study potentially innovative ways to screen and provide lighting mitigations for parking decks. If council provides that direction, we're happy to continue and bring additional items back in the future. And I'm happy to answer any questions you have on this item.
Any questions for staff?
Yes. Real quick.
Councilmember
Thank
Knight?
you. Well, yeah, I'm excited to see this back in front of us. This is something I've been very interested in for a long time, and I think it'll make not only our parking decks and buildings function better, but also be aesthetically improved for the public. A couple of questions real fast. Just explain to me again what you mean by clarify that blank wall requirements do not apply to screening elements.
So the area devoted to a screening element, if it were a perforated metal screen or whatever, that area would be excluded from any maximum blank wall area. So really just looking at the structural facade of the building when calculating blank wall area.
So on the outside of the parking deck that you can see from the outside, if there's a wall, that will not have to have any type of facade over it. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, if it's a screening element, such as a perforated metal screen or some type of tensile fabric that's allowed, you don't have to provide the material change within the area of that screen.
I think I understand. When you say, what's the blank part of blank wall? I just don't understand the use of that term.
So blank wall is it's a term that applies to a facade of the building, and it sets a maximum. It's usually 20 feet, and after 20 feet, you have to have some substantial either material change or articulation on the wall. So you can't just have a flat slab facade. It requires you to either do some articulation or change material, and so it just to create some visual interest in the structure.
And one other question, thank you for that. I think I understand better now. It looks like you had one picture showed a detached fence or wall that could be used for screening purposes. Is that correct?
Yeah, obviously it would only count for as high as the wall is, but say if there were one level of parking behind this fence, so long as this fence or this wall was within 30 feet of the structure, you wouldn't have to provide an additional screening element on the facade of the building because the wall would be providing that screening. Now, if there are upper stories of parking, obviously those would have to be screened.
I still don't know if that's a great example because there's only one story. That's just one story of parking. So that's okay. That's not what it would look like because we're talking about parking that would be above a first floor generally, right?
Generally, but it could apply to a freestanding deck as well with parking on the ground level.
And the fence isn't there to protect it. The fence is there for other purposes, right? I mean, the fence isn't there for the facade purpose. It's there for other reasons, correct?
It could be or could not be, yeah.
Okay. I just don't know if that one really helps aesthetically. But anyway, okay, thank you.
Man, can you help me understand these differences? What's different about the DX urban general, DX or urban general or shopfront or TOD? Am I understanding it's more stringent in those districts or where those frontages apply?
Yes, sir. Outside of those areas, screening is required when that top bullet there is met. So outside of the urban frontages and TOD, you have to provide screening if your facade faces towards and is located within 150 feet of any of those items. If it does not do that, then you don't have to screen that particular facade outside of the urban areas. In the urban areas, regardless of those standards, you have to screen all four sides.
Okay. I think I follow you. So just checking now, let's suppose internal to a development, building on one side, parking deck on the other. The facade of the parking deck that faces the building, internal to the development, would not have to be screened.
Correct. If the building is effectively providing that screening from the public right away, you wouldn't have to do any additional treatment.
Right, and then the other sides would have to be screened, I mean, presuming they are adjacent to a public street or a residential area,
Correct.
et cetera.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, I'm going to open the hearing. As I said, no one is signed up to speak for or against. I'm going to close the hearing. Do we have a motion?
David, you want to do it?
Thank you. I'd like to make a motion, Madam Mayor. Let's see here. Oh, sorry, it's down here.
Right, he's got it.
Okay. I move to adopt the proposed consistency statement dated September 20, 2022, contained in the agenda materials, and to approve the zoning text amendment.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. That was unanimous, clerk. Thank you. Okay, next we have text change 1821, accessory structures. We have one person signed up in support. No one is signed up in opposition.
Okay, TC18, as some background, accessory structure rules were kind of last revisited back in 2019. Since then, there have been some pretty significant changes to the code, including accessory dwelling units, revisions to cottage courts, provisions for tiny homes, flag lots, etc. And so this is a text change really aimed at providing some consistency between all of those different accessory structure regulations and providing some predictability, specifically in terms of size, height, and setbacks. Does this through really a few main bullets here, really unifying building height and setback standards between accessory dwelling units and accessory structures, which have disparate sets of regulations today, consolidating setback encroachment allowances for certain building features and minor improvements, and then deleting some extraneous language for clarity, and then adding some additional clarifying language for ease of use. There's the definition of accessory structure. As you can see, it really applies to most buildings and structures that are not the principal building on the site that are taller than 4 feet. Some examples, you typically think of detached sheds and garages, but can also include things like gazebos, freestanding decks, detached carports, those sorts of things. ADUs, on the other hand, obviously are another type of accessory structure that contain a dwelling unit. Visually can look pretty similar to any other accessory structure on a site. These are existing rules for accessory structures, so maximum size, footprint, and area limits that generally range from 600 to 1,200 square feet, depending on the size of the lot. Setbacks for existing accessory structures, as you can see, highlighted range from 10 feet is the smallest setback we have for a one-story accessory structure, ranging up to 20 feet for a two-story structure. Contrasting that with ADU rules, you can see in all instances except lots over 40,000 square feet today, ADUs can be 5 feet from any side or rear property line. These are proposed, so keeping the kind of 600 to 1,200 square foot continuum for accessory structures, but adding in another column for lots between 4 and 10,000 square feet. And again, and then here are proposed setbacks for accessory structures intended to closely, or not closely, but mirror the existing ADU setbacks. As you can see here, proposed ADU regulations. Other changes related to setback encroachments. There are existing allowances for features like porches, stoops, etc., to encroach to varying degrees. There is no specific allowance for features that are under 4 feet in height. So this results in structures kind of at grade being effectively treated the same way as a building or a taller structure. Some examples of what we mean when we say building features, things like things that are attached to the house, such as a deck or a patio. So what's being proposed is to keep those existing encroachment allowances, however, increase them a little bit so long as they stay 3 feet from any property line. Things that are between 1 and 4 feet in height would have to maintain a 3-foot setback. And then things that are at grade or very close to at grade could actually go right up to a property line, such as a freestanding patio. That concludes my presentation, and I can take any questions.
Okay. Questions? Okay. I have one person here to speak in support. I'm going to open the hearing. Jen Truman.
Should have sat closer, sorry. Good afternoon. Jennifer Truman, 1928 Sierra Drive. I'll be brief, but I've spoken so often to this council and the previous council about accessory structures and accessory dwelling units, it felt odd not to come and speak in support of this. I think that this text change is an example of returning the common sense to the rules about accessory structures, and I really wanted to thank staff for the work they put into thinking about how a shed and a backyard cottage and all of the garages and pictures they've shown should really be treated the same in our code. It makes sense to the layperson, it makes sense to the designers that have to draw it and permit it, and so it makes sense to have those rules. I'll leave it at that, just to say that I appreciate the time and effort on getting these things to make sense.
Okay, thank you. All right, I am going to close the hearing. Councilmember Melton.
Yeah, I've got a motion. I also point out that in the engagement report, like all of the comments are supportive. It's the first time I've really ever seen that. So this is good work to Planning Department on bringing these changes forward. And I move to adopt a proposed consistency statement dated September 20th, 2022, contained in the agenda materials, and to approve the zoning text amendment.
Second. Seconded by Councilmember Buffkin. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? 6-1, clerk, with Councilmember Cox opposed. All right, and now we have text change 2120, miscellaneous zoning permits, and no one has signed up to speak in support or opposition.
Were you expecting to speak? Yes.
I wasn't signed up to speak. I did want to make a comment about the text change if possible. I hate to impose on the council's time there. I just was going to share something. I actually am a
That'll be up to the mayor to decide that.
Yeah, we, if you didn't sign up to speak.
I understand. I just found out about the text change less than 24 hours ago. So, but I appreciate being able to listen.
Okay, thank you. Next item.
Okay, last but not least is TC 2120, miscellaneous zoning permits. This is a fairly minor and technical change to the code. Really revolves around trying to address a number of really minor and miscellaneous type zoning permits that are issued where a process doesn't exist in the code today. And the lack of that process has kind of created some confusion for staff and for customers. There's also, due to the recent site plan tiering modifications to the code, there are times where a permit application may be filed that's not proposing any real site improvements or changes to the site. It's really just a change of use within a change of use category, but no changes on the site are being proposed, but an applicant still has to go through that tier 1 site plan, even though that is the kind of lowest tier and kind of easiest to navigate. It can be a burden for folks to have to go through that process when they're not making any changes to the site itself. And so what this would do is create a process at Article 10.2, and it's entitled Miscellaneous Zoning Permits. And really all it would do is would specify that when you're changing use within the same use category, so uses are classified based on intensity. If you're staying within the same use group or moving to a less intense use group, that plan could be processed as what's called a miscellaneous zoning permit. You would submit an application, staff would still review it. However, you wouldn't have to go through the effort of hiring a plan designer, submitting drawings, and et cetera. It also does create some outright exemptions from the permitting process for certain minor structures that are otherwise regulated by the code, but really staff was comfortable enforcing this through just enforcement measures if needed, but not requiring any permit for things like place sets, flagpoles, home occupation permits, and A-frame signs on private property. And that's the sum of this text change. Happy to answer any questions.
Do we have any questions?
Yeah.
Councilmember Buffkin?
Thank you. Well, maybe a question, maybe a comment. So I'm reading this and I'm a little bit astounded that someone would have to submit plan documents, pay a fee, and have reviewed by multiple staff persons for simple things like home occupation, and there's no change in the building, small change of use. So I'm really excited about this, appreciate the work that's gone into it, and I think it's a great example of how we're making government work better for people.
Okay, there is no one signed up in support or opposition. I'm going to open and close the hearing. Do we have a motion? Councilmember Buffkin?
Thank you, Mayor. I move to adopt the proposed consistency statement dated September 20, 2022, contained in the agenda materials, and to approve the zoning text amendment.
Second? Second. Seconded by Councilmember Melton. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, that was unanimous, Clerk. Thank you. Okay, next we're going to have the report and recommendation of the Economic Development Committee.
Mayor. No report. We have one item pending. It's our ARPA funding opportunities, and we will continue that discussion at our next meeting, which is Tuesday, September 27th at 1:30 p.m. in council chambers.
Okay, let's see. Growth and Natural Resources. Councilmember Stewart is not here. Is there somebody who serves as vice chair of that?
Madam Mayor, she, unless I missed it, she didn't give me a report, and I'm trying to remember. Maybe staff could. I don't think there's anything pending. We did go through ARPA.
You do have one item
Okay,
pending.
sorry.
The Environmental Advisory Board Annual Report, Energy Use in New and Existing Buildings is pending.
In the committee. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so you don't have a meeting scheduled?
Not that I know of, but I'm assuming it's in, the same time as always for Thursday at, that'd be 1:30. Sorry. 27th.
We can set
Should we
it
go
at
ahead and
that
set it
time
and if
and
we need to
cancel
cancel?
it.
Okay, 4 p.m., September 27th.
Are you sure that you want to schedule this? Is it?
I don't, actually, I'm
Okay,
sorry.
then-
But we could schedule it and then cancel it. We can't not schedule it. I mean, we got to schedule it now if we're going to do it.
It's
Yep.
easier to schedule and cancel than to
It's
not
only a week
schedule
away.
and have to basically call a special meeting.
So
If we could schedule it, that'd be great.
schedule it?
Yes.
As you just said,
And
schedule
we will
it.
check with the chairperson to make
Yes.
sure. But right now, we'll schedule it and schedule the one item.
Thank you.
Okay. Safe, Vibrant, and Healthy Community Committee, we will meet at 11:30 a.m. on the 27th. On the agenda will be the MSD, and also I would like to have a discussion about our unsheltered community, specifically relating to day shelters, and see what progress we're making there, and also talk a little bit about the partnership to end and prevent homelessness. Transportation and transit.
So we have 2 pending items, but we will be meeting this Thursday, which is our 4th Thursday, at our scheduled time of 3 p.m. Excuse me, at 3 p.m. to discuss the Boylan Heights parking concerns. That will be the only item on the agenda. The other remaining item will be held for a future meeting. And I noticed there were some items that were sent today, and we'll
That is what I needed clarification on, the Six Forks Lacerta Mill.
So those items are, I think, still held here at the table.
That's
and
what I'm
at the
confused
October
on.
4th meeting, I will state when it's going to be on the actual agenda.
Or know when your next meeting is.
When our next meeting is.
So you did not
And-
refer them to committee?
I believe what we voted to do was send it to committee.
We referred it
and
to
it's
committee.
It's pending.
It's gonna come as a committee report on October 4th for him to set the meeting.
Right.
But you want them as 2 separate items.
Yes, they're two
Yes,
separate
yes.
items.
Yes.
And referred to committee, so the zoning case was held open.
Both,
Yes.
yes, it was held open but referred to committee, both of those items.
Okay, so.
And he will announce at our October 4th meeting when the next meeting will be held on those items.
And to be transparent, the reason why I can't give you a date right now, Patrick, do you mind if I share? You're expecting.
I know what you're gonna say.
You're
Is that okay with you?
It was in the paper.
Yeah. So Patrick is expecting a baby, and I don't know when the child will arrive. So that's why we're waiting until October 4th to set the date, because we need Patrick at the meeting.
And that's where I'm a little confused. The zoning hearing is open, but it's not scheduled for anything. And that's a
The
problem.
zoning hearing is remaining open, but it has been referred to committee.
But we don't know when we're going to discuss.
I'm going to give you a
She's
definite
going to give
date,
you a date, October 4th.
October 4th.
October 4th, it's going to be on the agenda.
Yes.
For the purpose
And
of
he is-
setting the date, so that
and-
anybody who has an interest in that case will know if they come to every meeting, what the next meeting that they need to come to find out what happened next in the case. So
And he's going to report that at this point when he does the report and recommendation of the Transportation and Transit
Okay,
Committee.
so even though the hearing's open, we don't list it anywhere for the public to come and speak at this point?
Right.
Okay.
They can go, once we have the committee meeting, they can speak at the committee meeting.
Very
So
good.
that's where we'll get that date.
And no need to send out an updated thing for this Thursday?
No need, because it's not going to be on the agenda. Right.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
That's
All right.
That's all I have.
Thank you. All right, next we have the report from Mayor and City Council. I'm going to start with Councilmember Fort.
Good afternoon, everybody. A couple of things. There was a lot going on this weekend in the city of Raleigh. I want to congratulate Mr. Joe Holt for the marker that was placed at Wilson Temple Church, commemorating the efforts of his family to desegregate Wake County schools. There were a number of festivals and other activities that happened this weekend. I want to congratulate the folks at Con Key for celebrating 50 years of being in business, which I think is important for a small-owned business in the area. And last but not least, I had an opportunity to attend the big neighborhood meetup. Raleigh was one of 4 cities selected. So it was Raleigh, Houston, Oakland, and Chicago. It was hosted by Nextdoor and Verizon. So it was a great opportunity for us to highlight participation of our neighbors coming together. So I had an opportunity to represent the city for that this weekend.
Councilmember Branch.
Just a few items. The Joe Holt event was a great event, and I'm glad that the recognition was duly given. Also, Mayor, you mentioned earlier the Fisher Street Park dedication that took place this past weekend. Thank you to our staff, Housing, Neighborhoods, and Parks, working together to have a bigger and better community park. The last 2 things is, first, an announcement on this Friday, the 23rd, at Lions Park is the Raleigh Neighborhood Exchange, taking place from 4 until 9 p.m. Please come out, learn about different events and different things in the city and the community working together as well as far as the neighborhood exchange. Just more information on the city website. And then lastly, if we can have, I've been being downtown, driving a couple times and seeing our buses make right-hand turns and people trying to back up so the bus can make that turn. Can we just have staff review our buses on how they come in downtown? One particular tight turn that I noticed is coming off of South Wilmington Street onto Hargett Street. There's a right-hand turn right out here. That, you know, if someone's at the light and there's a plethora of cars behind them, it's difficult to get people to back up so the bus can make that right-hand turn onto Hargett. So if we can just have a review of that by transportation, we greatly appreciate it.
Councilmember Melton.
No report.
Councilmember Cox.
No report.
Councilmember Buffkin.
Thank you, Mayor. I have 2 items. First, from the district, there's some fiber installation work going on in the Inman Park neighborhood off of Lead Mine Road, and from what I've heard, it has not gone well. And I'd like to see if the staff could get us a report on exactly what happened out there and who's responsible. And secondly, I understand there's some discussions going on about car take-home policy in the Raleigh Police Department, and just wanted to get some more detail and information from the city manager and a manager's update on the state of that conversation and the lowdown on any recent changes, who's eligible now, and how many cars we are short, that kind of thing.
Could you update where we are?
So we'll bring forward a formal report probably in next Friday's manager report, but we've been working with Chief Patterson, and she has made some changes within each district, and so she's stipulated certain number of vehicles within each of our police districts, and she has worked with her command staff to figure out who is eligible for those vehicles. Some of the changes right off the top of our head, we have expanded our coverage area. Our existing policy, or our old city policy, established established that you should not drive outside of the city limits, the corporate boundaries of the city of Raleigh. We have expanded that to include Wake County. So there is some additional area that our officers can take the vehicles. And if you're just outside those areas, you can find a city facility, if you're eligible, to take the car home, to park it so that you're not taking it outside of the boundaries of Wake County. But we will be glad to bring forward a policy. We're looking for a complete, comprehensive overview of our citywide policy, because what we saw during COVID was it was all over the place. And so we're working with each of our respective departments that have operational units that take vehicles home to make sure that we have some consistency across the application of the take-home car policy.
So a question about that. Regarding taking it outside of Wake County, do any of our officers take cars outside Wake County, like lieutenants and above?
I think in the past we have had officers, in the event that they were on callback, or if they were in a reserve status, such as standby, which we no longer have. But there are some few instances wherein individuals take them outside of Wake County. That is not the norm, though.
Yeah, okay. Because I'm concerned about some people that, officers that live actually close to where they work, like maybe 10, 20 miles, and but they just happen to be over the Wake County border. And you know, you talk about having to park a car at some other facility and then get another car to go home. I guess I'd like to see that, you know, some comments in the report about that.
Sure.
Okay.
Councilmember Knight?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I did get an update from our dear GNR chair. She would like the meeting to be in October, so the fourth Thursday, 4 p.m. regular time will be, I'm sorry, Tuesday will be the regular time. Tuesday in October will be our next meeting, and that's where we'll take up those items.
Okay, so the regular meeting time will be canceled, and we'd go
Next
to
week,
October.
we do not have a meeting. Thank you. And then also two items I would, Madam Manager, I would like to get some sort of feedback, a presentation on. The Vision Zero program was mentioned today. I would like to, I'd love to hear from, I do understand we've hired staff in that program. I'd love to hear back when that person or that program is ready to present for the first time before the council. And then second, our sidewalk program, I would like to get a status review of where we are with going forward with our sidewalk program.
Yes, both of those items are in the queue, so we should be bringing them back.
Okay, thank you.
Soon.
Okay, I have just a couple of comments. First off, attended the kickoff of the Parks Bond with Councilmember Branch on the 13th at Chavis Park. So we look forward to a very extensive public education and engagement process on this, with the vote coming in this year's election on November 8th. Second, I've had some people express interest in the status of the 5 points study that is being done. And my understanding is that another neighborhood meeting is being planned. If we could just be updated on when that meeting is coming up so we can inform constituents who have asked. And then the other thing, I attended a meeting with Councilor Branch last week where there was extensive discussion about the groups around Moore Square who are amplifying. They have amplified sound. They are cursing at people. They are saying very obscene things. I've heard this myself. It is very upsetting to people, especially those with kids. We need to do something. And I would like to see a plan come forward, and we need to address this issue. Clerk, it's with you.
Oh, I can say that Parks and my office are working on it right now and doing everything that they can legally do, and they have a plan, and we can bring that forward. They're working on a number of different approaches.
Yeah, we've got to do something. So let's treat that with urgency, and let's get it done. Okay, clerk?
Yes, the first item is Appearance Commission. We have one regular vacancy, and this is the group that we have alternate and regulars, and there's a difference in the work they do. We've had one regular vacancy for a while, and the commission has recommended, if the council so desires, to elevate Kyle Springer, who is an alternate member now, to a regular member, which would create a third vacancy. Councilmember Ford had nominated Kyle Springer.
And I would make a motion from the table to go ahead and elevate him up if the council approves, and then on the next ballot, it would be a spot to fill an alternate.
I will second that. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, that was unanimous, clerk.
Thank you. The next item is Arts Commission. We have one regular vacancy. No nominees at this point, but I got an email late yesterday that we actually have two vacancies. So that's all I remember about the email right now, but there will be two vacancies showing up since we have a resignation. The next is the Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Commission, one regular vacancy. Councilmember Ford has nominated Jeronica Goodwin, so that would be on the next agenda. Hispanic and Immigrant Affairs Board, one regular vacancy, the community category, and Councilmember Ford has nominated Celisa Averhart. So that would be on the next agenda. Hispanic and Immigrant Affairs Board, one alternate vacancy, community category, no nominations. Again, on the Hispanic and Immigrant Affairs Board, one alternate vacancy, professional category. We have no nominations there. Historic Cemeteries Advisory Board, one regular vacancy, no nominees. And now we're getting somewhere. Parks, Recreation, and Greenway Advisory Board, we have three regular vacancies. Bob Edgerton received 7 votes, Jeff Havner 6, April Love 6. So you have 3 appointments and a full Parks, Recreation, and Greenway Advisory Board. Police Advisory Board, you have one regular vacancy, victim advocate slot, no nominations. Police Advisory Board, one alternate vacancy. Diane Bellamy received 4 votes. Patsy Morgan received 3. So that will be on the next agenda also. Then would you like
I have
me
a
to go
question.
ahead with-
Since we've got 2 nominees, I know one is a victim's advocate category that's empty. Is it possible to shift one of those persons to that position since you've got 2 people for the other slot?
I don't know that. I would have to look at the resumes to see if that's something that's in their area of expertise. So I don't know if that's the case or not. So we should look at that and make that determination.
Make sure they are
Well, if they qualify for that role.
for that position.
So we can send information on the existing, you're asking for the existing members, right, to see if they would fill a victim slot?
No, it would be the 2 people who are nominated, Diane Bellamy and Patsy Morgan, to see whether they would qualify for that. So maybe if you could do some research and look at that, that could be helpful, and let us know.
We'll do that. Okay, the next would be under nominations, Appearance Commission. You have 2 vacancies. Let me get caught up here. Letters of resignation. Wait a minute. Oh, yeah. Letters of resignation have been received from 2 alternate members, Jake Levitas and Douglas Johnson. Therefore, there are 2 alternate vacancies for consideration. The next is the Fair Housing Hearing Board. You have two members, Colin Bober and Sandra Collins, whose terms are expiring, and neither are eligible for reappointment due to length of service, so you have two vacancies there. Historical Resources and Museum Advisory Board. The terms of Holmes Harden and Edna Rich Ballantyne are expiring. Mr. Harden is not eligible for reappointment due to length of service. Ms. Ballantyne is, and I have received word that she is interested in being reappointed, but I have not received a confirmation on that, so I think she wants to be considered.
All right, so that will come before us next time. She
Yes.
stays on there anyhow, so.
Correct.
Okay.
And the last is Fair House, wait a minute, no, let me get down here. Human Relations Commission, you have 4 regular vacancies. The terms of Crystal Hill Melvin, Jim Mello, Mary Thompson are expiring, and they would like to be considered for reappointment. And you have their attendance record. The 4th is Keith Carlson, whose term is expiring, and he is not eligible for reappointment due to length of service. So you have 3 members whose terms are expiring and who would like to be considered.
Okay.
And I believe that's it for today. Thank you.
All right.
Madam Mayor, real quickly, I had a conversation with the folks on the leadership of the Appearance Commission last week. Before we switched to the dashboard, they had about 6 people who may have submitted applications for the Appearance Board, and there may be 4 or 5 now. If we could get a packet to them, they kind of like to screen some folks, because I think like one person who resigned didn't necessarily understand what the board did, and so once he got in, realized it was probably not a good fit for him with his skill set. So if they could kind of do a pre-screening, it may be more helpful that they get people who actually want to attend. So if we could go back to the 5 or 6 people who submitted applications or letters of interest before the dashboard, along with the 4 or 5 people who are currently in the dashboard, and get that information to them. They want to kind of pre-screen so we can get folks who have a good skill set for that board.
Appearance Commission staff liaison did reach out to us recently about that, and so we did share applications with her and said that she was free to share with the chair or commission or whatever, but those were the current applications, so we can go back to the from past June when we started fresh, and we can also share those.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you. We have the report and recommendation of the city attorney.
No report.
Okay, report and recommendation of the city clerk.
Okay, the first, I have a couple of sets of minutes for consideration of approval.
Have a motion?
Move for approval. Second.
All in favor? Aye. Anyone
And-
opposed? Okay, that was unanimous.
Okay, I do have an add-on. On September 6th, the City Council declared property at 118 Sewell Avenue as surplus property and authorized advertisement of the open-in bid from Hoss Holdings LLC in the amount of $130,000, subject to the upset bid process and reimbursement of the advertising costs. The advertisement ran on September 9th in the NNO and, of course, on our website. And at the expiration of the upset bid process, there were no upset bids received, so staff is recommending that we authorize acceptance of the bid from Hoss Holdings in the amount of $130,000 plus the advertisement, and authorize the appropriate city officials to sign any documents necessary to complete the conveyance, subject to review by the city attorney's office and the city manager. And that's all.
All right, do we have a motion?
So moved.
Second. All in favor? Aye. Okay, that was unanimous, clerk, thank you. Okay, now I have a motion to enter into closed session. Motion is in order to enter into closed session pursuant to GS 143-318-11A3 to consult with the city attorney to preserve the attorney-client privilege and to consider and give instructions regarding the handling and settlement of a claim in the following case, Marcel Sharp versus City of Raleigh.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Is it Mr. Buffkin? Okay, unanimous, thank you.
think he said it was ready.
We have just returned from closed session where the council provided direction to staff on the items listed in the closed session memo. This meeting is now adjourned.